Because on this day,
What, auto-tune was invented?
Yeah, that's the first
I know.
auto-tune song. In 1946, Sherilyn Sarkeesian.
Sherilyn Sarkeesian?
Yeah.
Cher.
Cher was born.
That's a Greek name,
Sarkeesian?
I think.
She
claimed to be Native American or part Native American.
I'm
I'm speaking of her like she's dead. She claimed.
She's fine. She's just fine.
She is just fine. She is English, German, and Cherokee. I'm a quarter Cherokee. It's one of those.
Isn't one of those?
I think.
Gina?
Yeah.
Bad Brad wants to know why you picked Cher over the Go-Go's or Joe Cocker.
Well, we discussed it.
Several reasons.
I can think of no good ones.
Pride is next week, and I just wanted to warm you up.
Because you will hear that song.
You will hear that song.
We ought to get that song. We should just get rid of it, though.
Cher hates that song?
Does she?
She
should hate the video. Do I remember the video right? She was on a battleship, singing with all these sailors around her.
Oh, I don't
think
know.
so.
Maybe.
I think
that sounds
that's
right.
Yeah, it was awful.
And there are better Cher songs, but that's
there?
really that's a fun
Can
one.
you say that definitively,
There are
Gina?
better Cher
That there are
songs.
better Cher
Yes.
songs, like maybe 100 better Cher songs. What's it?
Here you go, Brad.
Here
This
we
is
go.
for Brad.
This is a great song.
I've got to have a chance to see you. Every night I have a strength.
We were just talking yesterday with our kids about Joe Cocker. And
Why in God's name would you be talking?
Well-
Children, let me tell you about Joe Cocker.
well, my husband said, I don't think Joe Cocker, if he were a young man today, would ever be famous.
Probably not.
Did he just say this out of the blue? What prompted this?
We were just talking about popular music
I was smoking my pipe, and I thought,
we were talking about popular music and how,
Well, why did he think that?
because Joe Cocker is not a good-looking person,
Yeah.
and
yes.
you pretty much have to be.
No. There are plenty of ugly people who have strange voices who are
Not-
popular today.
Not young people that are coming up. You have to be Instagrammable, TikTokable. There are not ugly people becoming famous now as pop stars.
The
They're just hard.
convulsions alone would earn.
That's what he was saying.
Would earn clicks,
And
wouldn't it?
he was.
Yes, I think so.
But he was explaining to the kids how he's not a good-looking person. He had a weird stage presence, but none of that mattered because you would just hear the
So-
voice and go, "That's an amazing."
So the lesson your husband was trying to give your children is, make sure you stay good looking or you'll be a failure.
It was an interesting conversation because it shouldn't matter. Listen to this. But this person, if he were coming up today, probably would not be.
So Ed
a
Sheeran,
famous-
for instance, Ed Sheeran is weird looking.
He is weird, but
That's the one that just kind of popped into my mind first. He's just he looks like a potato. He looks like a potato that someone has stabbed eyes into.
it was just a conversation. We have conversations in my house, and this was the conversation.
I think your husband is filling your children with nonsense.
It's true, Gina. They'll never be pop stars now. He's killed that dream.
I would say this about that. Good-looking people have an advantage.
Yeah,
That's the sad truth.
and even more so today than ever.
But then your husband could point to Bill Allred and say, "There's someone who's not good-looking.
You're
who
on the radio."
Managed to be successful. He found a way."
Do you know how old Jane is? Just guess how old Jane is.
55.
I want to say she's 58.
She's 63
63.
and gorgeous.
And still resplendent.
And again, what you seem surprised that someone can be 63 years old and gorgeous. I don't see that's your prejudices show right and left.
It's unusual. So they did a side-by-side So there's all this Top Gun Maverick stuff going on.
Yes.
Tom Cruise's co-star in the first Top Gun was Kelly McGillis.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. She is now overweight and
older
and doesn't look
and
doesn't look as though she should be Tom's love interest now.
But she says, "I look." How old is Kelly? I'll look.
Oh, I know what she said. I think I've heard this.
She says, "I look like a normal woman of my age."
I feel good. Yeah, I feel good.
Mm-hmm. Let me look. Kelly McGillis.
And put him next to Val Kilmer. We were talking about that last week. And I'd like to just look at a picture of Tom Cruise side by side with a picture of Tom Cruise.
So here. This is a perfect example.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly McGillis and Jane Whelan are the same age.
Okay.
They do not look like they are the same age. Kelly McGillis looks like a normal 63-year-old woman.
I will give you this. There are more people, when they get to be older, there are more people who just let themselves go and don't look, as attractive as they did when they were younger. And there are people who are just born ugly. There are probably more people who just let themselves go. Again, case in point right here. But there are people like Tom Cruise who take care of themselves, and they are in the minority.
Yeah.
But
Tom, how old is Tom?
That one, Elon Musk's mother, how old is she? On the cover,
she's got to be in her 70s.
I think she's 80 on the cover of Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue, and she's a fine-looking woman.
That's money, though. Money made that
Musk
happen.
money. And Helen Mirren
looks
beautiful,
amazing. Tom Cruise is 59.
There must be pictures of Tom Cruise today side by side with Tom Cruise.
It's almost the same.
Yeah.
And granted, I think he's had plastic surgery, and I think he takes good care
It's
of
the power of Zenith.
It's Scientology.
Yeah.
That's what it is. He drinks a lot of clam juice.
He drinks a lot of clam.
A lot of, Clamato. Give me another glass of Clamato.
Or is it Clamato?
If you're feeling fancy, it's Clamato.
You say Clamato, I say Clamato. Let's call the whole thing off.
All right. Well, that was some prime partner.
I almost bought some Clamato.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, I used to love V8 juice, and I haven't drunk.
You should have had one.
I have not drunk it for a long time. Yeah, you should have had a V8. And so I wanted some. So I went to, but there was Clamato right next to it, and I almost bought the Clamato instead. Okay, we got to go, right?
Yes, we got to get going.
Thanks, folks. It's been nice knowing you. We're going to take a break here, and then if you'd like to check in with the Radio from Hell show, we would like that very much. It's the last day of the week, so 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with us. We probably have one of those brand new, just damn beautiful black Radio from Hell coffee mugs. Gina's holding one up right now if you happen to be looking at x96.com/live. Maybe we'll give one or two of those away to somebody who checks in. 877-602-9696.
Real alternative.
Here's what Bill Allred is thinking when he's not on the air.
Gotta think up some new features for Radio from Hell. Spice the show up. Maybe we could do a top 10 list. Now, every morning show has ripped that idea off from Letterman. What about bringing back that character I used to do? PBA bowling champ Wayne Zahn. God, no. That was stupid then, and it'd be stupid now. What about a character who can read minds or predict the future? No, that's too much like Karnak. Double time checks might make things sound snappier. It's 7:27, 27 minutes after 7. Geez, that's stupid. God, I just know I'm going to be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is thinking when he's not on the air.
Oh, we gotta start working on this new Space Elders bit for this fall. And maybe we should call it Elders in Space. No, that's too much like pigs in space. Space Elders, that's it. Man, it's gonna take a lot of production, music, and sound effects. Good acting jobs by Bill and Chunga, which is next to impossible. Maybe I'll ask the janitor to do a role, even he'd be better than those guys. Man, this Space Elders is gonna take a lot of work, but it's really gonna spice up the show when we get it going. Man, I'm gonna be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Jimmy Chunga is thinking when he's not on the air.
Pudding, chocolate pudding, vanilla pudding, butterscotch pudding, rice pudding, tapioca. Oh man, I love pudding. Jello pudding pops, chocolate and vanilla pudding swirled together. Oh, pudding. Oh, pudding. I'd kill everyone in this room for one spoonful of sweet pudding.
Or a cowboy hat. Yeah, let's get this over with.
Yes, indeed. Let's get it over with. What time is it?
6:19.
Ah, okay. We'll officially start the show, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Just, call and say howdy. How's it going? What are you doing today? we'd like to hear from you. What are your plans for the weekend? Gina?
Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
The moon is 75.0% of full, a waning gibbous moon. It's going toward being a new moon where it just disappears. That'll be on May 30th. The moon will set today at 10:23 a.m. Today being Friday, it's the 20th day of May in the year of our Lord Jesus Christus, 2022. And in reference to our previous conversation, this is the morning show that is desperately trying to hang on to their beauty. With individual degrees of success, I might say. It's Radio from Hell with the Lords of Morning Radio, Carrie Adonis Jackson, the supremely beautiful Gina Barberi, and Bill Allred.
Oh, come on.
And the best-looking and most organized producer in town, Katie for short, and our 2 pageant-worthy interns, Miriam and Cameron Diaz.
All true.
Yep.
All right. Let's take your calls then. Let's go to, hey, Kurt.
Kurt.
Morning.
Hi, Kurt. What's
Happy Friday.
Huh?
Happy Friday, he says.
Happy Friday.
Yes, and thank God it's Friday.
TGIF,
Yeah,
you would say?
No, I never would say that. Kurt, what are you doing today?
Just waiting to buy some sugar donuts for work.
Good for
Is
you.
it your turn to bring sugar donuts, or are you just being nice?
Do you guys want some donuts?
No, we don't need. We don't need any donuts.
No?
We had donuts yesterday. We should only have donuts.
You guys are still, even at your age, you're still beautiful.
Thank you.
Well, Kurt, thank you. I think you're trying to butter us up
He's
so you'll
angling.
get a coffee mug.
Angling for one of them
A
mugs.
little
But
bit.
he didn't ask, though.
No, he didn't.
I'll take it to the top of a mountain for you and take pictures and advertise it for you.
Love to see
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Well, we would absolutely.
Take a photo with your mug.
Hang on the line, and Katie will tell you how to get it. Okay?
Hang on. Thank you, Kurt. All right, let's go to Catherine.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up with you? What are you doing this weekend, Catherine?
I've got some happy, sad news for you guys.
Oh,
What?
I got my schedule changed that I've been dying to get for months, but it unfortunately means that I won't be awake to listen to you guys open the show.
well, you can always podcast us later and hear it, so won't be live, but you
I can do
hear
that, but I enjoy listening to you guys live.
Well, I appreciate that fact. And what kind of work do you do?
I do data entry.
Okay.
it. Well, it sounds like you're happy that you can sleep in, so.
I'm happy. So I've been working the graveyard shift, and my daughter is super happy because I'm going to be awake during the day now. She's been telling me for months that she's so sad that mommy's asleep all day.
I don't see you
Nice
anymore.
change.
This is a good thing. And like I said, just podcast the show later.
All right, a coffee mug for Catherine
Yes,
as well.
for her new job.
Yeah, hang on.
All right. Let's go to Corey. Hello, Corey.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi.
Good
So,
morning.
usually when I call in, I ask how you're all doing. But this morning, I want to ask how I'm doing.
Oh,
How are you doing,
Why?
Corey?
how are you,
How
Corey?
are you doing?
Well, I don't know. I need you to help me out with this. So,
Okay.
Bill, last time I saw you at the Volkswagen remote, I got my white mug. And when I said who I was, you said, "Oh, sometimes in chat you just say things that effing piss me off,"
Did I?
which was
I don't
which
recall
was
that.
hilarious. Yeah, it cracked me up, and then I got thinking, wow, do I? But so then a couple days ago, I was having a little interaction with Kerry about pipelines, and he said, "Do you think I'm stupid?" And I thought, what did I say?
You don't know how. What this says to me,
I thought he was stupid.
Corey. What this says to me is you don't know how you are coming off to people.
Exactly.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying.
And I remember
need
this.
help for how I'm doing.
I remember this exchange, Corey. It was about the pipeline to bring the water from the ocean
Yes.
through the Gray Salt Lakes. And
Right.
people were commenting about how stupid that was, as was I in the chat room.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And you said, well, it's possible they do it with oil.
It's possible, but
they do it with oil.
Yes.
And I replied, yeah, I know they do it with oil. Do you think I'm stupid? The idea of bringing the water is what we were talking about, Corey.
Yeah. And I was just trying to point out that it's possible.
Yes, I know it's possible.
We know it's possible, Corey.
Yeah. But here's my point. I felt so bad.
Oh.
You thought that I thought you were stupid, and I absolutely do not think any of you are stupid.
Yeah.
And I apologize.
Well,
and so I guess my question is, Bill answered it. Maybe I'm not. My tone is not right.
You have no idea how you're coming
Yeah,
on.
you don't. It's okay.
Oh, I'll try harder.
Okay.
Sometimes it's hard to retone in like 5 words.
Okay, well, if you atone, call back in a week, and then we'll give you a coffee mug.
Yes, earn it. Coffee mugs are for earners, Corey.
Oh, crap. It's a test for a whole week.
All right, we'll see you later,
I'm
Corey.
I'm up next Friday, so it's going to be a sacrifice to get up.
Well, too
but
bad.
I will do it.
All right, we'll see you later.
Bye-bye. Let's see, Teacher Emily checking in, Ron the Carpenter checking in, Nurse Christopher working the hospital this weekend and working on my master's project. Way to go. Let's see, Johnny B checking in. Today is puttering day for me. I'm having difficulties deciding, do I want to make coffee or a tequila sunrise this morning?
Wow. Yeah, you have to commit one way or the other. You can't really do
What is the debate?
Exactly.
Tequila or caffeine? You take the tequila.
But he's got puttering. He might not get to his puttering.
That's true. It'll be more fun to putter.
Dock worker Mike checking in. Question for Carrie. Watching Strange New Worlds, the Star Trek show. Who is Sam Kirk? Have a great day. Thanks for letting me listen. Excuse me, Sam Kirk is Captain James T. Kirk's brother, who will be killed in the original series episode Operation Annihilate.
Oh, speaking of, Tom from Universal Studios is online.
Oh, he is? Oh, yeah. Okay, well, let's go to Tom. Hi, Tom. There we go.
Hi, Tom. How's it going?
Good, Bill. Good morning, everybody.
You're at Harry Potter World specifically? Or?
No, not anymore. I was at Harry Potter World for Christmas. I am now at Secret Places building Halloween stuff.
Oh, yes.
You mean, is there some place called Secret Places, or you're meaning there are places you can't divulge?
Can't divulge.
Correct. What Carrie said.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
It's that big Halloween Horror Nights they do at Universal Studios, and
I thought
they try to keep those things secret as long as possible.
I thought maybe there was an area called Secret Places.
We should get one.
When does it open? It can't be soon. That soon.
It just takes a lot of time to make sure everything's built and safe and everything, but it opens up September.
Yeah.
Without saying what it is, can you give us an idea? I mean, are you working on animatronics or decorating scenery, or what are you working on?
I'm a site coordinator, so I liaise pretty much between the creative people who make the decisions and the construction guys who implement them.
Gotcha.
And
sometimes
sometimes the creative people who are designing these things are like actors and directors, people like that.
Yeah, sometimes they do get involved, and they work with the people we have here on site. And I wish I could say more.
Yeah, exactly.
It sounds like an exciting job and a challenging one, Tom. Universal Studios. When does it open? When does the Halloween?
He said September.
Oh, he did. That's right. I'm sorry.
All right.
No, you're fine.
I should have been paying more attention.
Well, will you call us when it opens and let us know how it's going?
Yes, Tom, please.
Heck yeah, I would love to.
All right. Thanks, Tom.
See you later.
We'll see you. Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, we have a vehicle crashed on the exit ramp, westbound 201 freeway to go to the Mountain View corridor. It's off in the ditch, and there's not a lot of traffic this early in the morning, so not to worry about that so much. And everything else seems to be moving well. If you see something not moving well and it's safe for you to text and let us know what it is, you can do that, 33986. Tim Daly has new arrivals daily and pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from, all makes and models. Think Forever Warranty, think Tim Daly.
All right, thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. We do have Big Boy News and Opinioendo coming up. 7 o'clock, Sean Means reviewing movies. Have another drink with Jimmy. All of that and more. Stand by. Coming up.
on the Channel 2 News at 10, it's Rod Decker, Undercover. Tonight, Rod investigates Hooters restaurant.
Here in Midvale, the state's first Hooters restaurant is about to open. The management of this establishment has placed ads in local papers looking for employees. Hooters is known for hiring only buxom women. Tonight, I've put on this pair of ample falsies, my favorite blonde wig, and these tight-fitting Gloria Vanderbilt black denim jeans. Let's see what happens when I take our hidden cameras inside and apply for a job.
Next. Let me see. It says here your name is Rhonda Decker, and you've had the previous experience waiting tables.
That's correct. I know at least 6 different ways to sing happy birthday to a customer.
Well, Rhonda, thanks for coming by. We'll call you if we have anything for you.
That's it? That's my interview?
Well, you just aren't Hooters material, Rhonda.
So what you're telling me is that you've made a decision based entirely upon my appearance. What is it about me that you don't think makes the grade? Are my breasts too small?
No, they look like C cups to me. You meet our minimum requirement there. But there's more to being a Hooters server than having big breasts. Look at these tight shorts. I can't believe that you could greet people in this outfit and feel confident.
I happen to have a nice ass. Yes, I could do that outfit justice. You have failed to see me as a person and are judging me on my looks instead of my skill.
Hey, wait a minute. You're that Channel 2 news guy.
You must be mistaken. I'm a young, unemployed waitress with an ample bosom.
You're Rod Decker. The news must not pay very well if you're trying this hard to be a Hooters girl.
There you have it. Hooters isn't your average eatery, and their employees aren't exactly run-of-the-mill either. I tried to gain employment, but apparently I just didn't stack up. The scenery here will rival the majestic mountains of the Wasatch Front. Join us again as I go undercover in search of more titillating stories. This is Rod Decker, KUTV News.
Come to J.R. Tallywhackers, down on J.R. Tallywhackers. It's a great, big, beautiful joint.
If you like sausage, you'll love the brand new restaurant we've erected in Salt Lake City. Hi, I'm Rod Johnson, manager of J.R. Tallywhackers, where we're serving up lots of hot food and lots of hot fun.
Mine was so big I had to use 2 hands, and our order came so fast.
Tallywhackers is fun. Our waiters, Neil and Bob, slap the sausage into our buns right at the table. The protein shakes were thick and creamy, and there's always plenty of mayo. I'll come again and again.
All of our J.R. Tallywhacker handsome young waiters are selected through a rigid screening process. We make sure they're stacked and packed and ready for service, and you can't beat our food.
I'm only here for the food.
I love the casual atmosphere.
We're not just another restaurant with stuff on the walls. We're packing something special. We don't even have chairs at Tallywhackers. You just come on in and kneel at your table.
I always leave feeling so satisfied.
Try J.R. Tallywhackers' grand opening special, 99-cent footlongs, or try our all-you-can-eat buffet. I can't believe you're not eating at J.R. Tallywhackers.
Come to J.R. Tallywhackers, down on J.R. Tallywhackers. It's a great, big, beautiful joint.
Swing on in.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Captain's log, stardate 2233.1. I am all alone on the bridge of the Enterprise. Some sort of mysterious cosmic ray has vaporized my entire crew. I may be the only one left alive. Wait, who's there?
It's me, Captain.
Yeoman Rand. Yeoman Rand, thank God you're alive.
Yes, Captain, and I feel so safe knowing you're still here. You know I've always been attracted to you. Let's make love right here on the bridge.
Oh, come on, Sharon. You're not saying it like you mean it.
Carrie, I hate this game. Can't we just have sex like normal people?
Oh, come on, Sharon. You know that this is the only way I can get it up.
I hate this costume. This wig looks like a woven basket on my head, and the 2 folding chairs and a card table does not make the bridge of the Enterprise.
What?
Turn off the sound effects. I'm leaving.
Oh, okay. If you don't like this game, how about we play the Battlestar Galactica game? I'll be Boxy, and you can be my little robot buddy, Muffet.
Oh, God.
Help, Muffy, help! I'm trapped and the Cylons are coming.
Here's what Bill Allred is doing when he's not on the air.
Henrietta Pussycat, you may approach your king.
Meow, 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 King Friday. How I've longed for this moment. Meow, meow. Are you sure Queen Sarah is away?
Quite. The trollop is off somewhere in the land of make-believe with Bob Dog. My spies tell me that the 2 of them are mating like a pair of crazed weasels in rut.
Then now is our chance, my liege. Meow. Take me here, meow. Now, right in the throne room.
Come on, Sharon, you're not getting into this at all.
Well, Bill, you look pretty stupid in that bathrobe, fake beard, and Burger King crown. And wearing those white socks on your hands to make them look like puppets is just not working. Can't we just do it in the normal way?
Oh, come on, Sharon, you know I can't get it up the normal way. Okay. If you can't do this, how's about the Sesame Street game? Now, I'm going to be Bert, and you can be Ernie.
Ernie, bend over and pick up that bar of soap I dropped this morning, would you?
Are you happy now?
I just love that song, and I went to the Wikipedia page for the Wooden Tops, and that song is on the album Wooden Foot Cops on the Highway, and it just says one line here: the Wooden Tops are a British rock band that enjoyed critical acclaim and moderate popularity in the mid-'80s.
That sounds right.
Moderate popularity?
Yes.
That's being generous, I think.
Critical acclaim. Well, they were moderately popular in England. Yeah. Did you live in England in the mid-'80s,
I did
Gina?
not.
Okay. Love that song.
Well, let's get to some big boy news and opinioendo. Brought to you by?
Stop by your locally owned and operated Big O Tires for buy 3, get 1 free savings going on now through May 22nd. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Well, Frank Christ has been busy on the last few hours, days. Tragedy. He's a precious celebrity, one of a kind. He will be missed. John Aylward has died. Now that name might not ring a bell.
It's not ringing.
But if you think about ER in particular, is where I remember him from. He was on ER. What was his character name? I'll have to find it here.
Dr. something.
Good, yes. It was, Gina. Very good. It was, in fact, Dr. something. And he was also semi-regular on The West Wing. John Aylward, he was
Senate or something, right?
Yeah. He was only 75. And so another, I mean, speaking of songs that were everywhere, or music that was everywhere, Vangelis has died.
Is that his first name or his last name?
It's his name. At the age of 79. I believe it was his last name. Chariots of Fire, and then it says he did the Blade Runner music as well.
Yeah, he did the Blade Runner soundtrack.
A representative for Vangelis confirmed that he died at a hospital in France where he was being treated for an undisclosed illness. He was a self-taught musician, rose to fame, scoring the 1981 film Chariots of Fire, where that song featured prominently.
Evangelos Odysseus.
Oh, is his first name?
Papa, he's so Greek.
Yeah.
Papa Thanioso,
Yeah, sure.
I think. He said, just call me Vangelis.
I thought it was Steve Vangelis.
Eddie Vangelis.
Eddie Vangelis.
That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, see, this is the Blade Runner.
Oh, yeah.
It's raining.
Always.
Constantly.
This music makes me think it's raining.
Bob's Burgers was doing a Blade Runner parody last week. I couldn't believe it.
And Rihanna no longer has a baby in her.
Oh,
really?
Well, how do you know that and I don't know that?
Exactly.
I don't
Are
know.
you sure?
She
called me.
She does not have a baby in her
wait
anymore.
a minute.
A baby boy.
Really?
With ASAP Rocky, yes.
I cannot fathom that you know that and I don't
That's
know that.
jaw-dropping, isn't it, Gina?
My jaw dropped.
Yeah.
Do we have a name?
I was just looking and
It's
I don't...
Vangelis.
I don't see that there is a name.
They've named him
announced.
Vangelis.
Your next dog, Carrie.
Vangelis? Vangelis, you get in there.
Tim. It's Tim.
Tim?
No, I don't. They haven't. It doesn't say here. Other matters now. Lily Conroy, 17 years old, and Masao Kanga, 19. Gone too soon, said Bishop Ryan Fish. That's all we can do right now is just love them, he said. Wonderful families. They've been a part of this community for many years. A vigil was held Tuesday in Springfield for families and friends of the two teens who were involved in, it says here, a possible murder-suicide on Wednesday. Conroy, the young woman, was a junior at Springville High School, and Kanga had graduated last year. The two grew up on the same street, just a few houses from each other, and were in a relationship, a boyfriend-girlfriend, I guess, relationship, but they had broken up Tuesday night. Police discovered Conroy and Kanga in Hobble Creek Park Wednesday, slumped over in a car with gunshot wounds to the head. Now, the young woman was taken to the hospital. He was pronounced dead at the scene. She is not. Her family has her on life support so that her organs can be harvested. And they said we would just want that to happen. She would want that to happen. COVID-19 cases are spiking here in Utah. Officials are imploring residents to get vaccinated after COVID-19 case numbers and hospitalizations rose sharply over the past week. The Utah Department of Health reported an additional 4,504 cases on Thursday, along with 4 new deaths from COVID-19. There are currently 118 people hospitalized, with 18 of those in the ICU. The numbers are not close to the peak of the Omicron surge earlier this year, but it's a spike without doubt. Data looks to be headed in the wrong direction, they said. Given trends in other areas of the country, we expect to see sustained increases over the coming weeks.
People are still being hospitalized. People are still dying. Get your booster.
Yes, Carrie?
Well, and there was an NPR report yesterday that said that they have noticed that in areas that voted for Trump, there are more deaths.
Yeah, red states.
You know,
Yeah.
counties. They broke it down by counties as well.
I've seen that.
There are more deaths.
Yeah. Gina, this is in your. I have this in the Gina file.
I didn't know you had a Gina file.
Yes, you did. I've said I have a Gina file and a Carrie
I was
file.
saying that for people. That
okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. This is for you. New and suspected cases of monkeypox have cropped up again in New York City, Sweden, Canada, and the 2 biggest cities in Australia in recent days, in signs that this rare and potentially deadly cousin of the smallpox virus, traditionally confined to regions in Africa, is now seeded, is the word they use, seeded across the globe.
Monkeys! Great.
Scientists are hunting for links between the scattered infections that have been emerging in the northern hemisphere for about 2 weeks. The pathogen typically causes flu-like symptoms caused by a rash that often starts on the face, spreads down the body. The illness often lasts for 2 weeks to a month, and very often you are left with, you get these sores, and when
like with smallpox.
They'll heal up, but they leave scars.
Monkeys!
So there you
See,
go.
this one they'll get vaccinated for because it could affect your physical appearance.
Governor Spencer Cox and legislative leaders agree. And this is a big thing that's happened here. They agree that inflation is a threat to the state's economy.
Monkeys!
And Spencer Cox has said, I think if we made mass transit free or at least less expensive, people would benefit because of high gas prices.
Yes.
Well, that's true.
Well, now he said that, but the legislature says, oh, no, the thing we need to do is cut taxes, which benefits the rich more than it benefits people that say, take mass transit.
But again,
The governor is right on this one.
Well, I'd like to congratulate him for, yeah, he's right, and he points out the obvious. Free mass transit would help Utahns struggling with high
It's
gasoline
obvious,
prices.
Bill, but they're not going to do it. The legislature thinks that that's not
I am aware of that. They're stupid.
Yes.
And they're greedy.
Yes.
Here we go. Incumbent Governor Brian Kemp. He's essentially got it locked up. Leads former Senator David Perdue by a 32-point margin in the Georgia Republican gubernatorial primary race. Now, you know, Perdue was backed by Donald Trump.
That's right.
Kemp received endorsements from Mike Pence.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Yes, indeed. And then the Dr. Oz race. Now, I love this.
Is it still not?
Still not.
They're counting mail-in votes, which apparently now that's an okay thing.
There are a handful of votes that still need to be counted. Right now, at least of this writing, Oz had 31.2% and McCormick had 31.1%. That's
very
so close. Yes, so close that Donald Trump called Mehmet Oz and said, declare victory. Just declare victory right now.
Before they, magically find the ballot somewhere.
They'll steal it from you.
Yeah. Like they did with me.
Madison Cawthorn vows.
Oh, this was
dark MAGA takeover.
Dark
It's time for Gentile politics, as usual, to come to an end, the defeated Republican wrote, presumably not in reference to the politics of non-Jews.
Yeah.
Less than 48 hours after his shocking defeat, Cawthorn took to Instagram to post a defiant, vengeful, and typo-riddled message promising a dark MAGA comeback. After decrying the establishment-driven campaign to unseat him following a long series of scandals, Cawthorn credited those he called his true allies, specifically naming figures like former President Trump, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, the great Charlie Kirk, and Tucker Carlson.
That's a great group of folks you got there.
I'm on a mission now to expose those who say and promise one thing and legislate and work towards another. Globalists, he said. Globalists.
Tree punchers. Or a bunch of tree punchers.
Here's the thing is that the media, whenever they see Democrats fighting with each other, you get the headline immediately. Democrats in disarray. Never when the Republicans are fighting each other. Never happens. They never point that out.
And I love this story. Former Trump White House national security official Fiona Hill said Russian President Vladimir Putin had to, quote, explain everything all the time to former President Trump.
Yeah.
He had to keep explaining things, and Putin does not like to do that, Hill said, speaking at a Chicago Council on Global Affairs. Hill added that Putin intentionally chose to invade Ukraine during President Biden's tenure in the White House. He thought that somebody like Biden, who's a transatlanticist, who knows all about NATO, that's what she means by that, who actually knows where Ukraine is and actually knows something about the history and is very steeped in international affairs, would be the right person to engage with as opposed to somebody that you have to explain everything to all the time. He said Putin frequently would become frustrated with Trump over the former president's lack of knowledge on geopolitical issues. You could see that he got frustrated many times with President Trump. Even though he loves to be able to spin his own version of events, he wants to have predictability in the person that he's engaging with.
He was your useful idiot, Vlad.
So that's my favorite story of the morning, I think. I can just see Vladimir Putin sitting with Donald Trump saying, do I have to tell you again? Now, I have to tell you again why Ukraine is important to us. Yeah. All right, that's, are we out of time?
You can do one more story.
Let me find one right here. This is, some people will be excited about this. Maybe Katie will, I don't know. In response to fan demand, the original Lay's potato chips Flamin' Hot formula is officially making its way back to store shelves. I don't get this trend of Flaming Hot Cheetos and Flaming Hot potato chips and Flaming Hot Takis. To me, they just taste awful. I just want a potato chip. Maybe a sour cream and onion potato chip. Maybe a salt and vinegar potato chip.
It's dare food.
Yeah, I guess. Lay's decision to bring back the original fan favorite flavor comes after fans made it loud and clear they wanted the original recipe back following the brand's decision to change the recipe last year, and the wait is over because starting today, Flamin' Hot fans across the country can once again enjoy the Lay's chips that they've been missing.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Utah Jazz legend and NBA Hall of Famer John Stockton wrote a letter to a federal judge in support of a Utah woman who pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor charge related to the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol. Janet Bueller of Kaysville was arrested in Salt Lake City this past July after she was charged with 5 counts by federal prosecutors related to her and her stepson, retired Salt Lake City police officer Michael Lee Harden, allegedly being in the Capitol on that day. Now, why would John Stockton write her?
He knows her, I believe.
Yeah, her husband was the Jazz chiropractor when John Stockton was there, and he knew that family very well. And she says, I just went to the Capitol because my stepson is kind of a hothead, and I just went to make sure he didn't do anything stupid. That's why I was there.
My stepson is a hothead. So he's a grown man.
Yes.
But I
had to go and make sure he didn't do anything stupid. That's why.
Okay.
Wow.
In the NBA, Boston Celtics over Miami Heat, 127-102. That series is tied at 1 apiece. Let's see. Today you've got Mavericks and Warriors at 7 o'clock. Golden State leads that series 1-0.
Gina, have you mentioned that, I keep thinking about this, that the men's and women's soccer, have you mentioned that?
Yeah.
Did you mention? Okay, the women's soccer, they're going to get paid
equal
to the men.
Yeah,
Okay.
I did that a couple days ago.
Okay.
Let's see. Hockey, the St. Louis Blues over Colorado Avalanche, 4-1. That series is tied at 1 apiece. Lightning over the Panthers, 2-1. Lightning leads that series 2-0. And let's see, that's your sports. Weather, it's chilly, 43 right now. Only going to get up to 56 for a high today. There is a slight chance of showers. It's partly cloudy out there. Overnight low 38 tonight, so a cold night again tonight.
I noticed there went downstairs today, and there are little seedlings all over the kitchen table that had to
come inside. Yeah,
from outside.
Now we gradually start to warm up. Today will be the coldest day of the next 7. It looks like will be 65 tomorrow, Sunday 70. Then we creep back up into the 80s by mid next week.
All right.
Traffic, let me refresh this quickly, give you the most up-to-date information I can. Let's see. Vehicle crashed, exit ramp, westbound 201 freeway, Mountain View corridor. It is in the ditch on the left-hand side. And that's the only thing UDOT's reporting. Let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent in any traffic alerts, things on the road, free ladders, that sort of thing. You can text us if it's safe for you to text 33986. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name's changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First. YouFirstCU.com.
All right, Sean Means reviewing movies right after this. Also, boner of the day on the way. Stand by. OpenDoor.com/myoffer. I went to OpenDoor.com/myoffer and saw for myself just how easy it is to request an offer. So, imagine having to move in with like your in-laws or something while you're waiting for your house to close. Ugh. With Open Door, you don't have to worry about finding transitional housing or paying a double mortgage. Selling your house shouldn't keep you from all of these opportunities. Sell directly to Open Door and get back to what matters. And when you sell to Open Door, you don't have to make repairs, do prep work, schedule showings. You choose your close date and move on your schedule. You avoid double moves, double mortgages. You can sell in a matter of days, skipping the listing and staging and strangers in your house. It's very easy to do. Just go to OpenDoor.com/myoffer, enter your address, and tell them a little bit about your house, and they'll make you an offer in minutes. So get a free offer on your house at OpenDoor.com/myoffer. Open Door is represented by Open Door Brokerage, Inc., license 02061130 in California, and Open Door Brokerage, LLC, in its other markets.
So, I've been thinking about something as I've been on this trek. This has really been kind of the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. Walking along, and this is a staggeringly beautiful country. The vistas are almost indescribable. You see, we had a very good view of Mount Everest, Sagarmatha, today, and it looks tiny down at the end of the Khumbu Valley. It looks very small because we're walking past mountains we're very close to mountains that are huge, like Amada Blam, which Dean has summited. How high is Amada Blam? A little over 23,000 feet. That's, of course, Dean Cardinal. So we pass mountains like that, and they make Everest look small. 5.5 hours today on the trail, very difficult, and I've had a lot of time to think. And the other day, something just popped into my head when we were trekking around, and I thought, when we get to the monastery, I'm going to cut all my hair off. It's not I talked to my wife, and she said, why are you going to do that? And I said, well, I don't know, it just popped into my mind, and I'm kind of tired of dealing with it on the trail. My hair is always soaking wet from sweat, and she said, is it a spiritual thing? And I said, well, maybe kind of it is. It is kind of. It's a humility thing, and I feel very humbled by this experience, by what I'm doing here. It's very difficult. I see people around me carrying 200 pounds on their back, and I can barely make it up the hill with 8 pounds on my back. And Geljan Sherpa says, Bill, can I take some? Let me carry your water. Let me, I am humbled by this experience. And now, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to come back and be all weird and religious or anything like that. But it is a humbling experience, and I'm going to go to the monastery here at Tengboshe tomorrow sometime, and I guess one of the monks will shave my head, and you'll hear about it on the radio. That's it for now from Tengboshe, and namaste, everyone. Namaste.
It's 7:02. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Yeah, so you're searching for Pokemon. Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Well, here he is, the culture editor for the Salt Lake Tribune, Sean Means. Mr. Means is also a movie critic, and you can read his reviews sometimes in the Salt Lake Tribune. And, of course, you'll find writing in the Salt Lake Tribune that Sean has done, sltrib.com. But there's a place you can go and read collected works of Sean Means. Where is that?
That is moviecricket.net.
All right, let's talk about movies.
Okay, we got 3 new ones this week. We will start with Downton Abbey, A New Era.
Everyone take a drink every time Gina squeals.
If you're like Gina and you're a fan of the original show, there's nothing I'm going to say in the next few minutes that's going to matter.
I'm going no matter what.
Yep, it's like catching up with old friends.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of old friends.
This is comfort food.
I've written down here.
Oh, did you?
Comfort food, yes.
Okay.
There's 24 characters in this thing now.
Really?
There's a lot of people to keep track of.
Well, it's a big place.
It's a big place. There's the family. There's the servants. There's like 24 major characters, and they have to cram all of them into a 2-hour movie.
Okay.
And into an abbey.
Yeah. I never watched this series. I saw the first movie a couple years ago. I was never into the series, but I mean, I feel like I'm caught up now. Because, but the Crawley family, rich folks live in a big castle, and they're very loyal and very loving servants.
Yes.
Down below. We're not gonna get into all that class division stuff or anything.
It's upstairs, downstairs.
It is very much so. For people of that era who remember, this movie is 1928 because we started. I think the series started. It was 1912 because somebody died on the Titanic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shut up, Carrie. Go ahead.
It's amusing.
You have.
No, I know.
Your thing.
You have the MCU.
I
She
know.
has this.
I know.
And I can laugh at all of it because I don't have any.
Yeah. Everybody's got something. So the Dowager Countess Violet Grantham, that's Maggie Smith, and the real reason to watch this.
Yes.
She's learned she has inherited a villa in the south of France.
Like you do.
From some old boyfriend way back.
Former lover.
Yes. That becomes a major point of contention.
Oh, it
in the
does.
movie.
Of course it does.
When I saw the trailer, that's what I was thinking.
Well, it was he? And
yes.
Yeah. So half the family heads off to France to check this place out. Violet can't go because she's ill. We established at the end of the last movie that she's not long for this world.
Okay.
So. And so the big chunk of the family goes to the south of France to find out what's going on. There is something afoot.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Lady Mary, that's Michelle Dockery, I like her. She's back at the castle. She's the one. She's now in charge of the castle because Maggie Smith told her so last week. It's
a series.
Yeah, the last episode.
Who put her in charge?
She's letting a movie crew rent out Downton Abbey as a setting for their new movie because the money will help fix the roof.
It's expensive to keep up the Abbey.
It is. It's a big place. And the servants are all thrilled about having movie stars in the house and so on. But and Mary soon becomes a problem solver because the movie production hits a snag because suddenly talkies are a thing.
Oh.
And here's where I got really irritated is that they literally steal the entire plot of Singing in the Rain.
Okay.
Where the silent movie, the silent production company comes, and the big movie star has a voice that will cut glass, and they have to do something about that.
Yeah.
They literally steal.
Well, they're hoping you don't remember that.
They are.
I don't think they can.
The audience demographic for Downton Abbey is going to remember Singing in the Rain.
But I don't think they care. They just don't care.
The other thing that's irritating, and like I said, is that they're trying to cram these 24 characters into a 2-hour movie and give some of them happy endings and so on.
All right.
And I mean, if you think the MCU has fan service, that's nothing compared to Downton Abbey.
What do you give this movie?
I gave it 2.5 stars, mostly for Maggie Smith, and it's everywhere. So yeah, 2.5.
All right, next.
Men. This is a very unsettling horror thriller from Alex Garland, who did Ex Machina and Annihilation. Really good at creeping you out, and sometimes things get a little too weird. Jessie Buckley stars in here as Harper. She's a Londoner who's renting out a country house for a couple weeks to get over some personal trauma involving her no longer alive husband.
Okay.
She gets the key from the landlord, who's a little smarmy, and then tries to relax and enjoy the quiet in the country. But then a naked guy in the forest seems to be stalking her.
A naked guy in the forest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Naked and afraid.
So she calls the cops. They take the guy in. The lead cop is a little condescending. She also talks to the town vicar about her husband's death, and that exchange is pretty unsettling. Something important at this point. The landlord, the cop, the vicar, the naked guy are all played by the same actor.
Now I'm confused.
Hey, that's interesting.
Rory Kinnear. And so it makes you wonder if this is all real or if it's all going on in her head or what's happening here.
Yeah.
This is this is a very fascinating, very disturbing look at trauma and how men tend to dismiss a woman's feelings about trauma as it's happening to them.
What are you talking about?
And the two leads, Jessie Buckley and Rory Kinnear, they're both really good. The problem we get into is at the ending gets a little heavy-handed. That title sort of,
Men are the bad guys?
Men are who are the villains? Men
in general.
It's Bambi.
It's a little heavy-handed, and it's sort of elbowing, and the director sort of elbowing you in the ribs with it all. I gave it 3 stars.
3 stars.
Men. Yeah, Katie's gonna love this. It's the A24 folks, so, and it's in theaters.
Right.
So.
Emergency.
This was at Sundance, and this is a college comedy that has a sharp sort of message underneath. You've got two roommates, Kunle, who's a serious biology student, and Sean, who's more of a party guy. They're going to do the legendary tour, which is they're going to hit all 7 frat houses in one night. Parties. That's a big thing in this college. I should mention that Kunle and Sean are black. This is important as it comes in. Just as they're about to get started to go to their party, they see that there's a white girl passed out in their living room.
Could be a problem.
Could be a problem. And Kunle's first instinct is to call 911, and Sean's like, "Are you kidding?"
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, it's like the cops are going to ask why a white girl's passed out in a living room with a couple of black guys.
You simply say, "I don't know. We just found her that way."
That's gonna go well. Yeah. Let's be real. And the cops, their belief is that the cops aren't going to believe anything that they tell them. So, so they and their third roommate Carlos, who's Hispanic, so they decide to load the girl into one of the guys' minivan.
Not a good idea.
Take her to the hospital and hope that they don't get pulled over first.
That's even a worse idea.
The plan goes awry,
of course,
and in wacky comedic ways that are also very tense because these guys are worried they're going to run into the cops, and then it's going to get even worse for them.
Yeah,
it's really funny. This is a really funny movie.
It doesn't sound funny.
It is.
Big word Wall Street these days.
Sorry. It's very funny, but the underlying tension of it all, of these guys knowing that they could get killed by the cops just because of the color of their skin. The main actor is Donald Elise Watkins. He's a new guy who's really good, and then R.J. Seiler, who you know from Me and Earl and the Dying Girl and some other stuff. And then the girl's angry older sister is played by Sabrina Carpenter, who's a Disney Channel refugee. This is really good stuff. It's really funny, and it's really pointed in its message. Emergency. It's in theaters this week, and then it's on Prime next week. And I gave it 3.5.
3.5.
Thank you, Sean.
For Emergency. Thank you very much, Sean Means.
We got anything big next week?
There's that little Tom Cruise thingy. Top Gun Maverick. Yeah. So it's
he got a 5-minute standing ovation at Cannes.
It's all Gina all the time.
Standing ovation.
An honorary Palme d'Or.
You shut up.
What?
It's exciting. Give me this. Let me have this. Let you have a good commute. How about that? There are no accidents being reported at the moment, and you haven't reported any either. So I'm going to say nothing is happening. If you see something happening, and it's safe for you to text us, 33986 is where you do that. Electricians, plumbers, and HVAC workers, X3 Tradesman is now hiring. Work for the leading tradesman employment staffing agency, X3 Tradesman. Electricians, plumbers, and HVAC workers apply now at x3tradesman.com. That's x3tradesman.com.
Here are the boner candidates we're going to be voting for just shortly. Boner candidate number 1. Well, I think she was just being practical. Number 2. I can do what I want because Trump gave me a pardon. And boner candidate number 3, she got mad at me and she hung up.
All right. We do have Boner of the Day coming up, along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Stand by for all of that. BigOTires.com.
You know, they are the team you
trust.
There's the word. Big O Tires. The one thing that's really cool about Big O Tires, there are many things that are great, but you can make an online appointment. Just go to bigotires.com and schedule your appointment with your local Big O Tire store online. I think you ought to go in there now because they're having a sale on tires. You can get 3 tires and then get 1 free. Buy 3, get a 4th tire free.
3 doesn't do you any good. You got to get.
Yeah, you got to
get
the fourth one. The 4th one comes in free on select sets of in-stock tires. But Big O is more than just tires. They do oil changes, brake work, alignments, batteries, fluids, all of that kind of thing. They really are great. Get to know your local Big O Tire store. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
It's one of the most hotly debated public lands issues of the past several decades. The reintroduction of the gray wolf into Yellowstone National Park. Now, a similar controversy is brewing in Utah's state capital. Tonight on PBS, Frontline looks at the movement to reintroduce penguins into Salt Lake City. As recently as 40 years ago, Magellanic penguins roamed free in the tree-lined neighborhoods of Salt Lake's Avenues district. The flightless birds had few natural enemies, and their huge flocks were a common sight. But unrestricted hunting, family pets turned predator, and encroaching civilization all took their toll on these funny, waddling creatures, and they eventually became extinct in Salt Lake City. Join Frontline correspondents as they talk to the old-timers who still remember what it was like when penguins walked the Avs.
Well, what I remember most was the mess. Now, there were some that thought the penguins was cute. That is until they lived up here and had to clean up all the poop.
Oh, I do miss 'em. I remember when I was just a little shaver. You'd fall asleep to the sounds of 'em making that weird call they do. It was kind of scary. And kind of romantic, too, when you think about it.
Frontline will talk to the people who want to bring the penguins back to Salt Lake and to those who oppose it.
The penguins were here as a natural part of the environment. The delicate ecosystem of the Avenues district and of Capitol Hill, for that matter, will remain out of balance until the penguins are brought back.
Well, most of us in law enforcement in Salt Lake are against reintroducing the penguin into the city. I mean, we've got our hands full already, what with the gangs and such. Besides, a pack of them little bastards killed my grandfather's brother years ago. You know, they say that penguins are shy and won't approach humans, but I know different.
Will the penguins return to Salt Lake City? It's an in-depth look at the entire issue tonight on Frontline.
Worried about the circus performers.
What are they going to do? Maybe they'll all be DJs in LA.
I heard the Feld Entertainment family say, we're closing down the circus, 446 years, and we have 400 employees, and we are going to do our best to find jobs for them. And then they went on to say, there is some difficulty finding jobs for people who have been living on a train most of their lives, like
Their families,
like a
that do
train.
it. Yeah.
A train that travels around the country. They live on a train. They're circus performers. This is the life they know. There's going to be some difficulty of job placement for them. So I don't know. I think maybe we should start some sort of program. If you can take in a circus performer,
won't you put refugee circus former refugee?
I don't want no circus people living next door to me.
No, now think about it. How handy it might be to have a circus performer of some sort living with you.
They could climb on your roof pretty easily.
Yeah,
I bet.
if you
clean
you
out
know,
your gutters, I bet they could do that.
I bet they'd be very handy around the house. Circus performers would be they know how to do all kinds of things. They would know how to go next door and scam your neighbors out of stuff.
I don't trust them.
They would know how to. I mean, if there are any, for instance, if you have neighborhood chickens, I'll bet they can steal chickens. Circus performers can do all kinds.
Performers can steal chickens?
I think they know how to steal chickens. I think they know the best houses to get free meals. I think they know all kinds of stuff.
Well, I'm glad you've been worried about this.
I'm worried about them.
And I want to find a solution.
Where are they going to? But I did think about that. I mean, these people really have been. The Feld was one of the women, one of the daughters of the Feld family said, "We're going to try and job place, but some of these people have been living on the circus train most of their lives.
Maybe they can be engineers,
porters, waiters. I don't know." Conductors, brakemen. It's just weird.
Not near me. Don't trust them.
Nope.
22 right now, and it is time for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number and get ready to vote. Once we give you all 3 of these candidates, 2 now, a third after the news, we'll open all the lines and let you vote. And one of you random Boner voters will receive
tickets to see AWOL Nation live at the Complex on October 6th.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, I think she was just being practical. Shocking her fellow airplane passengers with a surprise peek at her panties. Diamond is her name.
Diamond.
Is reaching new heights of eye-popping popularity with a viral video of herself taking her lacy red thong and waving it in the air during a commercial flight.
Why?
What airline am I on, she said in a caption to her underpants post. In the clip, she is drying her thong panties.
My
drying them on the little
vent thing up above you.
So blowing all over
Yeah.
everybody.
Now my thought was, well, wait a minute. How did they get wet? Well, I was wearing panties under a skirt, she said, and I spilled liquor on my skirt, and it soaked down to my underwear. So I took them off, and I just held them up to the fan to dry. I just figured, why not? Why not? I should also point out, probably, she's a OnlyFans model and does stuff. So, but how gross. No, I think she was just being practical. Boner candidate number 1. Boner candidate number 2. I can do what I want because Trump gave me a pardon. Pinellas County, Florida, a man is facing several fraud charges and is accused of creating a pardon for himself from President Trump.
Oh, it's not an actual...
According to the Department of Justice, 22-year-old Alexander Liskasinski attempted to seize $300 million worth of properties, including some reportedly owned by Jeffrey Epstein.
Wow.
They said he used fictitious charitable organizations to engage in fraud. Investigators say he fraudulently applied for and received 2 payroll protection plan loans totaling about $195,000. They also say he tried to deposit $2.7 million of worthless checks into one of the charity entities he had created called Love and Bliss. Then he allegedly laundered the money through multiple accounts. Eventually, the U.S. Treasury and the U.S. agents froze one of his accounts that held over $300,000. And when Mr. Luzasinski found out, he responded by producing a pardon that he claimed was signed by Donald Trump. Well,
it says right here.
Well, no, he just made it himself.
Mm-hmm.
Boner candidate number 2. I can do what I want because I have a pardon. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. She got mad at me, and she hung up.
Boner candidate number 3, coming up after this Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Pick 3 services for $99 at Young Chevrolet in Layton. Options include oil change, tire rotation, brake check, multi-point inspection, alignment check, wiper blades, engine air filter, or AC system check. Learn more at youngchev.com.
Well, I almost always like to begin with a little celebrity news.
Mm-hmm.
And this is it's a sad story. I don't know. I've always liked Bruce Willis. His wife now has given her first interview since the family revealed that Bruce Willis was stepping away from acting due to a debilitating brain disorder.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking to it's a U.S., this is from the British press, a site called The Bump. It's a parenting site. Emma Hemming admitted that the diagnosis has taken a toll on her as she helps her husband battle aphasia. That's a rare language disorder that's caused by brain damage and affects your ability to communicate. I put my family's needs above my own, which I found does not make me feel any kind of a hero, said the 43-year-old woman. That amount of care for everyone else within my household had taken a toll on my mental health and overall health, and it's served no one in my family. But she has remained by Bruce Willis's side through this health battle. She said she's now making it a point to try and prioritize her well-being while still taking care
It's
of
hard
her
to do.
husband. Yeah, I think so.
And
Now,
they have little kids too.
now, I wish you all were looking at the Radio from Hell TV right now, x96.com/live, because we're going to show you a picture here. Dick Van Dyke, it says, looks younger than his 96 years as he shops with his wife. Now, Dick Van Dyke in this picture looks like an ancient crazy hermit.
He's got I'm not used to bearded Dick Van Dyke.
He's 96. But what this headline, he looks younger than his 96 years.
I mean,
well, there are other
96
pictures.
and out shopping, that alone is pretty good. I
There
guess.
are other pictures of him where he looks better, and the reason he looks crazy in that picture is because I think he's laughing at something.
Well, and the thing I like about it is his sweatshirt.
Yeah, spoonful of sugar.
We're riding that horse still, are we?
Makes the medicine go down, or helps the medicine go down.
No, he's just a cocaine enthusiast.
Okay.
No, he's proud of that movie. Although he says of that movie of Mary Poppins, nobody told me. They should have told me. The director. They should have told me that my accent was terrible.
Yeah.
That it was a horrible Cockney accent. It was almost offensive, he said. But they never told me. I thought I was doing okay. They should have said something. I'd be willing to bet we all know somebody who has ignored COVID safety measures from the get-go, right from the beginning, because they believe that contracting COVID wouldn't be that bad.
Yes.
That they'd avoid hospitalization or death.
I'm healthy. I work
I
out.
know.
I eat well.
And I'm not helping this cause because I got COVID and it was fairly mild for me.
Because you're vaccinated. That's why it was mild.
They think that if they get it, it's just going to be. And they say, I don't need a vaccination because I'll just be a little bit sick.
You've heard that all the time. I'm healthy. Yeah.
A new study from the nonprofit organization Fair Health found that over 75% of long COVID sufferers, that is people who experience long-term symptoms of the disease, even after they've tested negative, weren't hospitalized when they were initially diagnosed with the disease. The percentage of women, 82% diagnosed with long COVID, despite not being hospitalized, was higher than the percentage of men, roughly 68%. That still means that many people who experienced cases that didn't rise to the level of hospitalization are still facing symptoms, continued symptoms, fatigue, difficulty breathing, loss of taste or smell, memory loss, chest pains, rapid heartbeat, and more. And those symptoms could last for weeks, months, even years. No one knows.
So again, I still don't want it.
Yeah. No.
And it doesn't, and it's not even, you won't go to the hospital. You've been vaccinated.
No,
I don't know how it will affect me.
Exactly.
I could get it like Bill did. I'm fully vaxxed and boosted, but I could get it and not go to the hospital, but I might have symptoms.
And let me say this about getting it. Even though I wasn't that sick, it still makes you feel creepy. It makes you feel almost like you've got some sort of, you shouldn't tell people.
You're ashamed?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. You feel. Now, I'm the kind of person who can shuck that off pretty easily, but there is that kind of.
You've done everything you can to prevent getting it and get it anyway. It's a super contagious disease.
I think I know.
Feel bad
I think I know I made a mistake. That's why I got it. I exposed myself in a situation that I shouldn't have.
You're a
and that's
headstrong young
probably
man.
thank you. That's probably where it happened. So it was my fault. This could have been a boner candidate, but I was full up. A mother is suing Southern Utah School District for releasing one of her kids to a stranger, which kicked off a wild 48 hours that included a police chase an Amber Alert, and the arrest of a woman for allegedly trying to sell the mother's 5-month-old baby in another state.
Holy cow.
Emily Winston, 26-year-old mother of 3 living in Cedar City, filed the lawsuit against Iron County School District last month. She said the school district failed to protect her child by allowing somebody unknown to her and not on the approved list she filed with the district to pick up her daughter in November 2020. There should have been a red flag for the school. I can't get over what happened. She's asking for $300,000 in damages. I think I will be surprised if she doesn't get it. She's also suing the woman who is accused of trying to sell her baby for adoption in Colorado. That woman is in jail right now after pleading guilty to felony kidnapping. Let's see. Vladimir Putin, some of his private life is kind of leaking out. And he has a daughter, and his daughter had a child with a former ballet director in Germany and traveled there more than 50 times. So she kept living in Moscow, and but she'd go to Germany all the time. And I only bring up this story completely because there's a picture of his daughter, and unfortunately, she looks almost exactly like Vladimir Putin.
Oh.
It's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate. Gina found this story. Curiosity in Lake Mead has increased after a body was discovered in a barrel on the newly exposed shore of Lake Mead several weeks ago. And now a local company is using the headlines to try to make some sales. In a small, dark shop in the middle of Las Vegas Strip Mall, Charlie Hanks casually helps a woman look for items related to magic, witchcraft, other things. One of them stops in front of several small bottles, small vials of what looks like dirty water. He is selling Lake Mead corpse water.
It says on the label, corpse water.
Yeah.
And apparently, if you read on into the story, apparently this is a thing. Like
corpse water is a thing.
Like it has
spells.
magical
Yeah,
properties.
You use it in witches use it in spells. It's kind of a cool label. It's above the Lake Mead corpse water. There are 2 skeletons dancing around a barrel, and that's the name of the shop is Blaspheme Boutique. Blaspheme Boutique. Selling these things since 1975.
Corpse water.
Yeah. And that's about it, except to tell you that IKEA has created something called the Swedish Meatball Donut. It's at one location. So they take a donut and they put a Swedish meatball on top of it,
Those don't go
thereby ruining the donut and the meatball.
A meatball?
Don't go together at all.
Okay, well.
Get those meatballs away from me.
Hate meatballs. All right, that's it.
Weather, traffic.
It's chilly, 41 right now, and only going to get up to about 56 for a high today. Still about a 20% chance you could see some showers today. That tapers off as the day goes on, and things warm up as the week goes on. Tomorrow, 65. Sunday, we'll be back up to 70, and they're saying we could be close to 90 by the end of next week. Why we can't hover in the 70s, I don't know. I would just like to hover in the 70s. 2 weeks of 70s.
I just like to see you hover.
Yeah, in the 70s. Let's see. Traffic has been really good this morning. Going to refresh this just in case, but we've had no accidents reported. Nope, we're still looking good, everybody, and you haven't sent anything in either, although you can if you see something. Sometimes that's just, a park strip sofa you want to alert people to, something like that. 33986. Jiffy Lube Multicare gets services on brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. That's a job for Jiffy. Visit jiffylubutah.com for discount services and locations.
I hate meatballs, and I'm not too fond of the Swedes because of that. Boner candidate number 3. She got mad at me, and she hung up. A disciplinary hearing is expected later this month to look into the conduct of a 911 dispatcher who allegedly hung up on a Buffalo shooting survivor pleading for help on May 14th. The woman making the call was working at the Top supermarket, where 18-year-old Peyton Gendron is accused of opening fire in the predominantly black neighborhood and leaving 10 people dead. The woman told the Buffalo News she was hiding behind the customer service counter, and she dialed 911. She said she tried to keep her voice down so she wouldn't attract the shooter's attention. She was yelling at me, saying, "Why are you whispering? You don't have to whisper," the 911 dispatcher. "Ma'am, he's still in the store," I said. "He's shooting. I'm scared for my life. I don't want him to hear me. Can you please send help?" And she got mad at me and hung up. That's according to Letitia Rogers' account of it. She said she felt like the dispatcher had left her to die. She then called her boyfriend and asked him to call the police. After an investigation, the dispatcher was put on administrative leave and could be fined or fired.
Because it's all recorded.
Yeah.
It should be fairly easy to go back and listen to it. And
Boner candidate number 3, she got mad at me and she hung up.
Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, well, I think she was just being practical. Her thong panties got wet when she was on the airplane, so she slipped them off and started drying them in the what do you call it, the air vent overhead. Boner candidate number 2, I do what I want because Trump gave me a pardon. A Florida man created a fake Trump pardon to try to evade charges. And boner candidate number 3, she got mad at me and she hung up.
All right, so you've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be boner of the day for today, May 20, 2022? 1, 2, or 3, remember your candidate number. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text that to 33986. That's one way to vote. Another way is just to call Katie in the producer's booth and use your voice. Talk to her. She'll take your vote, 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner of the Day, May 20, 2022, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It'll appear, click, and vote. Okay, you've only got 4 minutes to vote for Boner of the Day. And after that, it's Have Another Drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy. And he'll be taking your questions about all kinds of beverages at 8 o'clock. Stand by for that. All right, vote for your boner. Let's go.
Cart. Spell it with me now. C-A-R-T. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our 2 Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. Come join the boys now as they drive the highways and byways of our great city, Salt Lake. LeGrand is driving. His friend LeVar is an unwilling passenger. Again, the Utah word is cart. Listen, Mr. Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr., I appreciate you driving me to my appointment and all, but you're scaring me to death with the way you're handling this automobile. I think we may die before we get there.
I've been driving this Reliant K car without so much as a fender bender for 8 years now, LeVar. I don't think you have no room to talk about how I drive. Watch out where you're going, you flipping fool!
There, you see, LeGrand, that's just what I mean right there. You cut in front of that guy there, almost rammed into him, and then you honk and yell. It was your fault.
The gall-danged mother flipper saw me signal and just wouldn't move out in the way. He should have moved out in the way.
Look, why don't you just pull over and let me behind the wheel of the K before you give us both ulcers?
Because you haven't a driver's license at this particular junction of time and space. You cannot legally drive. That's why we're driving to the traffic cart, to meet your liar. I have my doubts whether you will get it back, though. You run over a person in a pedestrian crosswalk. Well, the cart isn't going to look on that very favorably.
First off, I didn't run over nobody. I just knocked the guy down. Hell, he jumped right back up, started yelling bloody murder at me, and then it was me that was the one who calmed him down and helped him find most of his teeth. And second off, I fired my liar. He said the best he could do was keep me out of the state pen and in the county lock. He weren't no help at all. So I will represent myself in cart.
Well, you know what they say, LeVar. A man who serves as his own liar in cart has a dipstick for a client.
Oh, come on now. Whoever said that?
Smartest liar ever.
Who, F.G. Bailey? Or that Melvin Belly? Maybe it was that Lehigh McKenzie from L.A. Law.
Nope. The smartest liar ever was Perry Mason. Never lost a casing card.
He was good. Hey, do you ever look at his secretary, that Deli Street, and have impure thoughts?
Yeah, when I was a kid. When I confessed to my church leaders, I was afraid they'd haul me into the bishop's cart.
Today's headlines.
Indeed.
7:45. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by some hamburgers and French fries and a burnt almond torte.
Oh, we didn't. You have to tell us about that.
I will.
later.
I'll show you later on, and I'll show you a picture.
Report on the torte.
Yeah.
And Feldman's Deli wants to thank their customers for their generous support during these challenging times. They are open, offering dine-in, patio, and takeout service Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Come in for a nosh at Utah's only authentic Jewish deli. More information at feldmansdeli.com.
Stand by for Torte Report. We had Boner candidate number one. I think she was just being practical, drying her long panties in the airplane air vent. It's practical, you know.
It's
they got
gross.
wet, and
It is
was just-
gross.
No, she was just.
No.
Well, you wouldn't want to sit there with wet panties, would you? Then Boner candidate number two. I do what I want because I have a Trump pardon. Well, no, you don't. You wrote the pardon yourself and signed Donald Trump's name. But those two couldn't hold a candle to the 911 caller who hung up on the woman calling from the because she was whispering.
Yep. That's your Boner of the Day for today, May 20, 2022. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week, Dave the Flower Guy will be here at 9:45 to tell us who Boner of the Week is. All right? Is this sponsored?
Yes, the Federalist Cabernet Sauvignon, a bold American craft wine.
Thanks.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink, and you'll feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another
Jimmy, the wine guy, the chief cook and bottle washer for the Wine Academy of Utah. You can go to wineacademyofutah.com. All kinds of stuff there. Why, you can even learn to be a sommelier with Jimmy's tutelage.
Absolutely.
That's right. Good morning, everyone.
Hi.
What are we drinking?
This is tasty.
We have a nice Cabernet Sauvignon. This is called the Federalist. They have a nice portfolio. This is a wine company out of Northern California. They focus on the Zinfandel grape varietal, and they also have they lean in to Zin, but they also have Cabernet Sauvignon and Chardonnay. We here in the state have both the Zinfandel as well as the Cabernet Sauvignon. We don't have the Chard, but the Cab is what I poured you all this morning, and it's on sale this month for $15.99.
I saw that.
Normally $18.
I should have picked it up.
That's a good.
Now I gotta say, and I've said this before, I'm not normally a Cabernet drinker. I don't. It's tannic a lot of times, and too much for me. This is fine. It's
fine.
It's for me, Gina. It's fine.
Now, Jimmy, I see you keep.
I was going to tell you what it tastes like.
Okay.
It's very fruity.
Yeah.
Very fruity, and it's mild on the tannins.
Yeah, it's real soft tannins. You're right, and it's 2017. The reason I was looking at it, Gina, you're right. I was looking at it over the paper because I had the countertop here in the carpet. I'm like, is there some color showing in this? See, when we look at a wine and tip it over, we do break it down between like a purple color, a ruby color, and a garnet. And I was noticing a little bit of garnet in there, a little bit of aging. So in my mind, I had the label in front of me. I could have just looked at the vintage, but I didn't. And I'm like, it's like 3 to 5 years old. And sure enough, it's a 2017.
You can look. So what? Just to explain, Jimmy was looking at a piece of white paper and holding the glass up to it so he could tell what color. And you can tell the vintage just by looking at the color.
Pretty much,
of it
I was able to narrow it down. That's right.
Cool.
Yeah, and the Federalist, this wine is really neat. They source a lot of the fruit. So there's a cool story about how they did their name and where they're sourcing the fruit. So the fruit they source for these wines, the Zinfandel and the Cab and Chard, are from renowned California regions.
Okay.
Sonoma County and Lodi. So Sonoma is very nice, very aromatic, very regional. You can really see the terroir in a Sonoma.
The what?
The terroir.
What? I don't know.
The terroir. You can have a sense of place in the glass from
like territory.
Fruit. Like territory. That's
terroir,
right.
yeah.
That's right. And then the Lodi, really nice, warm region. So you're going to get this ripe, beautiful fruit coming in. So what a nice balance of where you're sourcing the fruit. Name, Federalist. They're leaning in to the Founding Fathers. Each label has a different Benjamin Franklin, such as the Cab Sav. Washington, George Washington on the Zinfandel. As George Washington is considered our founding father, Zinfandel is considered one of those founding grapes in California to be able to. So it's a fun, great backstory, great fruit, affordable wine, delicious in a glass, and you got some age to it. And you don't see all those components together. That's you're knocking it out of the ballpark.
It's very, very tasty.
$15.
And can you describe the label a little bit more?
Sure.
It's
looks like money.
Good texture on the label. Sometimes labels are just a piece of paper on it, or maybe it's embossed. This has a nice texture to it, and as Gina kind of pointed out, the feel of it is kind of like a money or the Declaration of Independence, like old-timey paper, right? It's very thick cut, parchment paper.
Like parchment.
Yeah, so kind of fun there, and they have the different, they even have Hamilton on a premium series. They've got a couple of, Lincoln is on one. What we're talking about are people that are on the images. You can collect them all.
we don't have them all here, though. Is that right?
We have the two. We have the Zin and the Cab. And the Zinfandel's at $18, and both these are at $17.99. And the Cabernet Sauvignon's a couple bucks off this month.
If you have questions for Jimmy, by the way, coming up in our next segment, you can call in and ask questions about wine and vintage. Maybe you just don't understand certain aspects of drinking wine, or Jim, and you want to know what to buy or
all
how
of
to
those
start?
all those things that Jimmy was talking about.
All the things.
Even us professional winos, a lot of it is right over the top of your head. He can explain all of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's Jimmy. You have on this sheet that you gave us. It says 18-day skin contact.
Right.
What's that? What are you talking
So when you make wine, you got to pick the grapes off the vine. You got to squish these grapes to extract the juice. Generally, with red grapes, the juice is clear. So how do you get such beautiful color in a clear juice? You got to throw the skins of the grape inside the vat, and that skin contact, what you're doing is you're extracting not only the pigmentation from those skins to get the color in the wine, but also with that, if you've ever tasted a wine, it's like super dry, kind of the tannins that you don't like, Bill. The tannin extraction also comes from the skins of the grape. Not every skin is the same thickness, color. So whenever we taste a Pinot Noir, that's a little thinner skin, not as dry and tannic, much fruitier, versus this Cabernet. This also is a blend, so it's a little over 90% Cabernet Sauvignon. You do have that Petite Syrah in there and a little bit of Merlot. I believe I have the breakdown on the card there. But majority of it's Cab. Very ripe. We can take a look at the alcohol here. I guess I should have looked. 13.7%. So it's right in, on average, wines are 13.5. So for this to be that ripe, normally your fruit, you may have a higher alcohol wine. You don't. So this is very well balanced for all that fruit to come out and still have the alcohol in check. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Now, is this new to the Utah liquor stores?
Yes, newer brand to the state stores. I'm really delighted that they picked it up because it fits nicely in a price point, and it's really getting you to where you need to be in terms of like food wine pairing. It's not overly complicated. You don't have to set this light on its side to get some aging. It's a 2017. It's ready to go, and you're getting a nice 5-year aged, bottle aged, right here in the state store for under $20. Not typical.
You know, I have all kinds of questions. I would just be amazed if people don't have all kinds of questions about what Jimmy can do, and I want to ask about what you pair this with. I want to ask about do they make a wine where that's the clear juice and they don't put the skins in, and there's a kind of wine that doesn't have the. I want all.
I want it all.
Well, that's why we are opening the phone lines to you, so you can ask all of these questions to Jimmy, not just about wine, but about all alcoholic beverages, all of it, spirits, whiskeys, vodkas, liqueurs. Someone's asking about chocolate liqueurs. So 877-602-9696. Or if you are afraid your bishop is listening, text your question to 33986. And we'll talk to Jimmy about that after these.
What's your bishop doing listening to this show? I'd throw it right back at him.
He listens in secret on his drive to work.
Crash on Main Street at Nichols Road and Fruit Heights. The left lane and median blocked both directions on Main Street. Drivers on Nichols Road cannot cross over Main Street, so you're going to need to find an alternate route through that area. That's the only thing UDOT's reporting. We're still having a really good commute. If you see something, though, of course, you can text us 33986. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
All right, 877-602-9696. Call and ask Jimmy a question or text it in 33986. Brooklinen.com. Don't miss out. Brooklinen's Memorial Day sale coming soon. Now, it's been kind of cool in the mornings. Maybe I still sleep with the window open.
Yeah.
I do that because I stay warm in
Why
my
don't you just
Brooklinen
sleep
sheets.
outside?
I could.
Because his Brooklinen sheets are inside, Bill.
Yeah. So think about the sheets. That's a good place to start with Brooklinen. That's what they're famous for, the sheets. And they're launching new products, colors and patterns all the time for their sheets and their towels and their robes. A lot of bold pops of color. It's not just the white. That's what I have, but more than that, depending on your taste. Buttery smooth, wonderful sheets made with the highest quality, 100%. Just great stuff. And trust me, over 100,000 reviews online, 5-star reviews, over 100,000 5-star reviews. Hotel level, quality, luxury, just terrific stuff. So if you can't wait for the Memorial Day sale, you can save right now. Visit brooklinen.com. Use the promo code X96 to get $20 off your purchase of $100 or more. That's BROOKLINEN.com and the promo code X96.
Al. Spell it with me now. A-L. Al. And now we'll use it in some dialogue with our friends LeVar and LeGrand. Today, the boys are out in the woods hunting with their California friend, Chip. A conversation ensues.
Hey, nice of you guys to bring me on the deer hunt. I've never had a chance to do this.
Never been hunting before, huh, Chip? Well, why am I not surprised? You'll notice that the rest of us, Chip, are wearing a highly visible flame orange attire. Now, while very colorful and attractive, your Hawaiian shirt ain't what I'd call appropriate.
It's kind of like hunting with Magnum P.I. You ever been in the great outdoors at all, Mr. Selleck?
I've been to the Grunion Run in Long Beach.
Well, we're not talking about sissy boys in their running shorts here, Chip. We're talking about hunting, fishing, manly sports.
Yeah, manly sports. Hunting, fishing.
I free climbed Half Dome at Yosemite last summer.
Oh, fine. You climbed up some rocks at some Bugs Bunny theme park or something. You ever bagged a 4-point? You ever bagged it and tagged it and gutted it in a blinding snowstorm?
With a real bad earache and a wooden leg?
You don't have a wooden leg.
Well, with a bad earache and while you're half drunk.
LeVar, have you been drinking? I've told you I do not approve of drinking, and certainly not drinking while we're on the hunt.
Of course, you know why he's upset, don't you, Chip? It's the old story, why you should always take more than one of the elders like LeGrand here hunting with you. Because if you only take one, he'll drink all your beer.
Real funny, LeVar.
I don't get it.
Well, Chip, you see...
What's that?
What?
That.
Oh, Al.
That can't be Al. Al's back at camp.
Sure, it ain't the camp Al. I'll bet it's a different Al.
What? How could there be another Al? Especially way out here in the woods.
Well, the camp owl was probably a born owl. Now this one sounds like a horned owl.
And now I know that joke about all you Utahns have horns. Al has horns.
What's wrong with him?
I don't know. These fetching Californians seem to have their own language, you know?
is today's headline. Sponsor, Gina.
Booze Teak features accessories for home and professional bars plus non-alcoholic beverages. Get 15% off your purchase when you mention you heard Booze Teak on X96. Ivy loves meeting FOPs. Stop by and say hello to her. Open 11-ish to 7, 315 East Broadway.
We're back with Jimmy Santangelo. We have a phone call. Let's just go right to that call, shall we?
All right. Let me. Put our. That's interesting. Our phone thing. There it is. Okay. Misplaced it there for a minute. Let's go to Anne. Hello, Anne.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call, and thanks all of you for being so awesome. I have a question.
Go ahead.
So we're kind of newer to opening our lives up to drinking, and then the world shut down. And so now we're starting to entertain again in smaller groups with our family and some friends. And I would love to know staples to keep on hand to make good cocktails to impress my guests.
Good question.
So it's good. Your home bar 101 kind of thing. Yeah.
I love it. And do you want, your phone's kind of bad. Do you want to hang up and listen on the radio? Can you? Okay. Hang up and Jimmy will answer the question. All right.
And great question. I'm so glad that you called in. Yes, home bar. One real easy thing that you can do is there's some really amazing local canned cocktails. So this way you have a cocktail ready to go, right? You just crack it and you pour. Now, it's a lot of fun to make. It's a lot of fun to make cocktails. So some of the base spirits that you want to have on hand, have a simple vodka, maybe a potato or wheat-based vodka. You want to have a gin. You can either do a local gin, Beehive Gin. We have a number of local gins, or maybe something dry like a Tanqueray. One gin in particular, it's very good if you're a gin drinker, is called St. Val's. It's botanical. Really comes across like not so juniper-y. You got this beautiful cucumber thing going on with it. Then you're going to want to have a simple Blanco tequila and so forth. Cocktails, super simple. Vodka and soda, gin and tonic, tequila for your margarita. This is fresh citrus juice, things of that nature.
Yeah. It's pretty easy to begin. Now, it's my bar. It's very easy. I have a bottle of Old Forester bourbon and a glass right next to it. That's
your
my
finger's
own
the
bar.
mixer.
Yes, that's right.
Well, another thing that Ann could do would be to learn from you in person.
That's right.
For example, on Monday night, 7 p.m. at 3 Cups there on Murray Holiday Road.
Yeah, we do. We have our wine and spirits workshops there at 3 Cups and Murray Holiday, and it just happens to be this Monday. We have a canned cocktail presentation, all local canned cocktails made here in Utah.
Those simplicity cocktails
are great.
I love. There's just to go back to what you're saying for having them on hand. I buy the margarita ones.
Oh, I haven't tried the margarita.
They're delicious, like almost dangerously delicious.
So if you want to go to the canned cocktail event at 3 Cups, you could register or at
probably wineacademyofutah.com.
Yeah, go right to wineacademyofutah.com. We have a calendar, interactive and live calendar of all upcoming events and classes. You click right on that, you get more information on the event, and there's a registration button there as well. If you ever have any questions, and you're welcome to do this, reach out right through that website to our contact page, and either myself or one of our wine specialists will get back to you answering any questions.
877-602-9696 if you have a phone call question. A lot of text questions coming in because people are shy. Let's see. I have absolutely no experience or knowledge of wine. What is a good starter wine to begin with?
Yeah, you want to take some lighter style like white wines, maybe a nice soft Chardonnay or Sauvignon Blanc. These wines for the white side, on the reds, a nice Pinot Noir, or even this Federalist Cabernet Sauvignon that we're featuring today on the show. What you want to do is pick those wines that have characteristics that you'll be accustomed to with other flavors. This is what I mean. So if you do a Sauvignon Blanc, we do this fun olfactory tasting where I put a bowl of grapefruit and lime in front of you and you smell it. Then we spin a glass of Sauvignon Blanc, and those aromatic characteristics actually appear in the wine. But without having that actual fruit there demonstrated, it's too much of a a disassociation. So we're really bringing it together, making it textural and making it the aromatics that they're right there.
Sometimes Sauvignon Blanc has that kind of fresh mown lawn sort of
grassy,
yeah.
bell pepper, grass hay, bell pepper, and grapefruit and lime.
It's just amazing how they. I don't know how that happens.
Yeah, it's the pyrazine. It's the cells of the grapes. It's your pyrazines. It's these little flavors that are inside the cells that reflect similar to other fruits. So that's how you get that kind of chemical aromatic characteristic.
That's cool.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
See? He knows everything.
877-602-9696 if you have a phone call question.
He knows everything.
I did want to know what would you pair this this Federalist.
I really like it this morning at 8 a.m. on its own. I have some coffee off to the side. But what we also have, when you have those softer tannins, you want something salty with this. So even simple cheese, a sharp cheddar, whether it's Tillamook or otherwise, you want the salt will really cancel out some of the tannic structure. Sandwich, a burger, a burrito. This is comfort food, comfort wine, and you can get anything off the grill. This should be your wine of the summer. It's affordable enough. Buy a couple of them. Have them banging around on that countertop, so you always have a nice solid glass of it.
I was just thinking I had fast food hamburgers last night.
That would have been
and it would have gone with this.
Is a text question. I have celiacs. Is red wine gluten-free? Are most wines gluten-free?
Yes and no. There are additives that can be added to a wine. The gluten, I'm uncertain. Sometimes you'll have a little bit of gluten in the filtration process, but generally that's through a bladder. Some wines use egg white to drop it down. Yes, that is not gluten impact. I'm just going through the process. Generally, your wines, yes, will be gluten-free. A lot of wines, if you get into the vegan end or vegetarian, that's where it kind of, you got to worry about it. And take a look at some of the natural wines out there as well, where they really reduce the amount of additives that you can add to a wine.
Braden's on line one. He has a phone call.
Let's go to Braden then. Let's see. Come here. There we go. Hi, Braden.
Hello. Good morning.
What's your question?
I have recently become kind of almost addicted to Porter's peanut butter whiskey, and I'm wondering what would be good to mix with the peanut butter whiskey.
Jelly.
Well, funny enough, I did make a peanut butter and jelly the other day with Porter's, the peanut butter, with a little red wine, port. So that comes across really, but that's joking. And what I would use with that, because the peanut butter is evident, you can use it as another component to a cocktail. I would recommend making maybe an old fashioned. So it's already got the sweetness, so you don't necessarily need a lot of that. But some of the rind of an orange or a cherry, maybe a drop of simple syrup in there, and stir that around. Porter's also does a great job with some of the cocktails on their website, if I recall correctly. You can go right there and they'll have a list of fun cocktails with it. And remind me of the proof on that. I believe it's over 40% ABV. So, when these whiskeys are so delicious, watch the consumption, because they go down real easy.
Yeah.
They make a fine product up there at Ogden's Own.
Yeah. Okay, Braden?
Is that good?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the website for Porter's, they have a lot of recipes.
There's a whole recipe section there.
They're using it for peanut butter whiskey.
Specifically the peanut butter whiskey that they make, yeah. There's quite a few.
Just put some jelly in it.
I love it. I'm on a low-carb, low-sugar diet. What's the average carb and sugar content of flavored whiskeys and rums? Pretty high, I would think.
Pretty high because of the sugar folded in, and
rum's made from sugar canes.
Sugar cane, yep. So you'll have that with the rum, and all that sugar should be fermented out. However, you do have a little bit, vodka is the lowest. But as soon as the key word there that it's going to be high is those flavored. So that's where you got to watch what they're folding it in. Alpine Distillery does a delicious product up in Park City called Lafayette, and they're using the actual ingredients where they're folding in dried apricot and cinnamon and primrose. That's like a floral flower. Very nice. Also local. I'm kind of a big local guy, so this is fun that you have these. And then Water Pocket Distillery has a rock and bourbon that they're really doing I've been over there. I see all the ingredients in this stainless steel basket that they're soaking and macerating all those flavors. So that, if you're worried about the sugar content and everything, at least you know it's the real ingredients and it's not some corn syrup based glug glug glug, paddle it around, cold compounding getting in there.
There's no such thing as diet whiskey. Is
that
there?
right? Not yet.
Somebody must try it.
Here you go, peanut butter whiskey guy. The Snickertini.
Okay.
1 ounce of Porter's peanut butter, 0.5 ounces of amaretto, 0.5 ounces of Bailey's, and 0.5 ounces of Godiva chocolate, teaspoon heavy cream on top.
That sounds way too sweet.
That wouldn't be sweet, would it?
That's a dessert. That's awfully sweet. But
Jimmy Santangelo, you can find everything you need at wineacademyofutah.com. He's got a bunch of events coming up, but that canned cocktail
Monday night,
7
p.m. It's 3 Cups, Murray
Thanks,
Holiday
guys.
Road.
Sign up for that.
Yes. Traffic, please.
Yeah, the only thing I have to tell you about is this crash. Main Street, Nichols Road, and Fruit Heights. Left lane and median are blocked both directions on Main Street. Drivers on Nichols Road can't cross over Main Street. You're going to need to find an alternate route through that area, and that's the only thing UDOT's reporting. What are you reporting? The way you do that is you make sure it's safe for you to text, and then you send us whatever you're seeing to 33986. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
All right. We need you to call now, 877-602-9696, and line up to beat Gina. If you beat Gina, pop culture trivia today.
Yes.
It's specifically trivia about the Pirates of the Caribbean ride
That's
at
very
Disneyland.
specific.
Because it opened on this day, as far as you know, some years ago.
You could win not only tickets to see the Violent Femmes in concert on June 10th, but we have an invitation to a special sound check party with Violent Femmes before the show.
So if you think you know that ride better than Gina, I'm sure you do.
Hey!
877-602-9696. Call to beat Gina and win those tickets. Thank you. Oh, Wendy's for breakfast. The hot honey chicken sandwich. It is delicious. I'd pair that probably with the Zinfandel there, right, Jimmy? It is the hot honey sauce drizzled over Wendy's signature spicy chicken filet. You can get that prepared one of 3 different ways. They'll ask you when you order at the drive-up. Then they put on the applewood smoked bacon, a nice portion of that. Then a layer of the melty pepper jack, and then a stack of tangy, crunchy dill chips. So you get the spicy, the crispy, the tangy, the sweet. It's all there. You can get this sandwich at all times of day when they're open at Wendy's. But if you go during breakfast hours, which is where we're at right now, they're going to serve it to you on a warm buttermilk biscuit. Those buttermilk breakfast biscuits, say that 5 times fast, that they are known for at Wendy's. At participating U.S. Wendy's, the hot honey chicken biscuit is available only during breakfast hours, but the hot honey chicken sandwich at all times. Wendy's.
call this poem I Hate X-96. I can ride the wildest bronco in the wild and woolly west. I can take him, I can break him, let him do his level best. I can handle any cattle, ever wore a coat of hair. Hell, I've even had to tussle with a mean old grizzly bear. But there's one thing I can't handle, it nearly makes me sick. I gotta listen to that god-awful music just to hear my poems on X-96. It's nice of Carrie and Bill to play my poems on the radio, but God, that music they put on about makes my lunch chunks blow. Who are these violent femmes? Their songs just make me sick. And then there's that Morrissey, a whining limey prick. When that 9-inch nails feller sings closer, it makes me feel mighty mean. And them two cute boys from Eraser are the biggest sissies I've ever seen. Give me country music from Bocephus, from Merle, and from Willie. I don't want no caterwauling from The Cure, or bands with names that are downright silly, like Hoodoo Gurus, Gene Loves Jezebel, Weezer, and Ween, and MC 900-foot Jesus. Jesus, what the hell does that mean? I wish I could do my cowboy poems on a station with good old boys what plays country tunes, instead of that X-96 with its long-haired, earring-wearing, sissified, sushi-eating, devil-worshipping goons. There is one good thing about X-96. Heed my words if you wanna. At least them immoral bastards don't play them skank hooer songs by Madonna. I'm Conway Skinner.
Don't be a fuddy-duddy. It's time to beat Gina, the only game show on the radio today that has incredible prizes. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola, and it's time to welcome the star of Beat Gina. Not Gina.
No.
Carrie Jack Jackson.
It's true.
Thank you, Johnny Ola.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Her name is in the title, but I'm the star.
You're the star.
Thank you for the introductions every day, Johnny. I know you've worked with a lot of veteran game show hosts,
Yes,
and I appreciate you coming in.
It's really no problem at all.
It's like charity work. Almost.
I enjoy doing it. It doesn't take much.
All right. The computer has decided off the air that our contestant for Beat Gina today will be Lance. Hello, Lance.
Hi, Lance.
Good morning.
Hi, Lance. Okay, Lance, let's see. We've got tickets to not only to see Violent Femmes
on June 10th at the Mavericks Center,
but we're going to let you in early for the sound check. So that works out
so
pretty
awesome.
good.
As I said, incredible prizes.
Yes. And so, but you have to beat Gina first at this multiple choice trivia. And but if she beats you, what are you prepared to do in her name?
I work at a restaurant, and we've been working at donating the leftover food at the end of the night directly to the homeless shelter and the battered women's shelter.
Oh, that's great.
Excellent. All right. Well, let's toss a coin and see who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game. Lance, heads or tails, call it.
Tails never fails.
Well, all right. Coin toss app says tails.
Well, it never fails. That's
Lance goes first today. All right, Lance, this question is for you to answer exclusively. If you get it correct, you get the point. If not, I'm going to throw it to Gina and let her answer it correctly. If she answers it correctly, she gets the point. We'll go back and forth until one of you gets 3 points total. Now, Lance, I don't know if you heard, the subject today is Pirates of the Caribbean, the ride at Disneyland trivia. So have you been on the ride a few times?
Yeah, I've been on it a couple times, yeah.
A couple of times? Well, I don't know. Gina's, I think, only been on it once.
That is not true. Pirates of the Caribbean.
How dare you, she thinks.
I'm sorry. All right. Okay, Lance, here's the question first for you. At the beginning of the ride, you hear a mysterious voice in the cave saying, "Dead men tell no tales." Well, this track is also the iconic voice of what other Disney attraction?
No, Johnny, no.
I auditioned for the role and didn't get it.
Didn't get it. So it's the same voice of what other Disney attraction?
I'm bitter.
You should be.
I'm sorry.
Is it A, Trade Federation Viceroy Newt Gunray on Star Wars Blast Off to Bureaucracy?
Mm-hmm.
B, Country Bear Band member Ted on Moonshine Mountain, drunk as a skunk, P.U. C, Indiana Jones on the Indiana Jones ride, or D, the ghost host on the Haunted Mansion ride?
I would say it's the ghost host.
That is correct.
Way to go, Lance. That's 1 point for you, buddy.
Paul Frees, legendary voice actor. Paul Frees.
I went to the Paul Frees School of Announcing,
and you do it very well.
Paul is long dead now.
All right, next question for Gina. Legend has it that there's a single actual human skull on the ride.
I have heard this.
Where is it? Is it A, on the headboard of the bed in the captain's treasure room? B, next to Raoul Duke's medicine bag in the Backcountry section? C, the skull and crossbones on the arch right before the drop? Or D, somewhere around Barstow on the edge of the desert?
Aw. I have heard, and I would love to know if it's true or not, but that it's on the bedpost in the treasure room.
That is the rumor.
It's Paul Frees' skull.
We don't know if it's true or not, but that is the...
It's 1-1 now. Lance now has the question.
Lance, before it was a boat ride, what was the Pirates of the Caribbean originally meant to be? Is it A, the Pirates Table Seafood Buffet? Try the man-eating octopus vegetable tray. B, a wax museum. C, an aquarium. Or D, seriously, the Pirates Table Seafood Buffet. The edible pirate map quesadillas make a convincing and believable treat for your little swashbucklers.
Definitely not that. I'm going to say a wax museum.
Wax museum is correct.
Nicely done, Lance. That's 2 points for you. Gina controls the question. She could tie.
All right, Gina?
Yes.
As you go on the ride,
yes,
there's a battle happening with cannon fire in the water.
I love it.
And there's a fort on one side and a pirate ship on the other. Who is at the helm of the ship?
Okay.
In the fort scene of the ride?
Okay.
Is it A, Captain Jack Sparrow? B, Horatio Magellan Crunch? C, Hector Barbosa? Or D, Captain Christopher Pike?
Is it Barbosa?
Is that your answer?
Yes.
It is Barbosa.
It's 2-2.
By the way, I love the Captain Crunch reference.
He's a captain. He's a captain.
Yes, he is. I knew Captain Crunch.
You did?
Yes.
Did you try out for that too?
No, we were friends.
Oh.
All right, where are we at, Johnny?
Captain Kangaroo to come along.
Yes. Lance controls the question, and if he gets this one right,
man,
he wins the game.
Tense.
All right, Lance. Which genuine movie prop makes an appearance during the ride? Is it A, the treasure chest of Cortez, B, Jack Sparrow's compass, C, a Keith Richards CD, or D, 4 lines of cocaine?
I'm going to say it's the chest.
It is the
And Lance wins the game. Congratulations, Lance. You have won tickets to see Violent Femmes. And that's not all.
But wait, there's more.
And that's not all.
Sorry.
He is a professional.
I'm sorry.
Sometimes I say, wait, there's more. And sometimes I say, and that's not all. You will be able to attend the Violent Femmes sound check. Congratulations, Lance.
All right, Lance, we'll put you
Thank
on
you,
hold and we'll get your information. Thank you for playing.
I've got to leave. I'm having breakfast with my agent. I need to add another job to my portfolio.
Sorry we don't pay you enough.
Thank you, John.
All right, bye.
All right. Big boy news and opinioendo now brought to you by
Homey is the new way to buy and sell a home without paying crazy high 6% commissions. It's the way real estate should be. Go to homey.com. Homey has your back.
Thank you.
I like doing this news because I'm all rested. You know, I can just sit back while the game's going on. And I'm
prepared. You're over-prepared.
Exactly. I'm all rested here. And I did find this story while I was resting. And it's tragedy.
Uh-oh.
Another precious celebrity.
Another one?
Yes.
Well, it's the threes rule, right?
I'm surprised that this person was still alive. Rosemarie Trapp, a member of the singing family made famous by the stage musical and film The Hills Are Alive with the Sound of Music, and the last surviving daughter of Baron Georg Johannes von Trapp.
She is 96, going on
She was 93. She died at a nursing home in Morrisville, Vermont. The Trapp Family Lodge, which so they had a whole career built on this. They were a singing family, and then when they were discovered to do the musical, they were able to take that and build a whole industry around it. And they had a place called the Trapp Family Lodge in Stowe, Vermont. Ms. Trapp, who dropped the Vaughn from her name years ago, was the daughter of Georg and Maria Augusto von Trapp, the would-be nun who became governess with the family and ultimately married the Baron. Rosemarie was not depicted in The Sound of Music, which focused on the 7 children that Georg von Trapp had with his first wife.
Oh.
Although she was, in fact, almost 10 years old when the family fled Austria in 1938 after the country came under Nazi rule. Among the many liberties The Sound of Music took with the family story was the timeline. Georg and Maria were actually married in 1927, not a decade later, but whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah. Rosemarie von Trapp.
They're at the place that he was talking about, the gift shop there. No, they sell Nazi flags, but they're only half of a Nazi.
Well, because he ripped them.
Yeah.
And they sell these little white flowers called Edelweiss. It's very nice. Let's see. Tom Cruise got an honorary Palme d'Or at the Cannes film. That means the Golden Palm. You know.
Yes.
Tom Cruise was lauded with a surprise Palme d'Or at the.
For me?
Yeah. I think it was a surprise as well. The film received a 5-minute standing ovation from the crowd. Prior to the Palm, he was given a tribute reel before the film played. As a prelude, French fighter jets took to the sky, streaming blue, white, and red smoke. I don't know why they didn't say red, white, and blue smoke.
Because it's France.
But it's blue, white, and red smoke. The squadron did a second pass before the Top Gun Maverick star took the stage at the Palais.
I got my T-shirts in the mail.
Did you really?
Yep.
You're
and on the back,
Festus and
I think you should get somebody to print on the back, "This isn't creepy."
It's not creepy.
That you and your adult son, who's in the Navy,
Yes.
are going to wear matching Top Gun
Yes.
T-shirts to the movie.
We won't be the only ones.
Well, there are a lot of creepy people. COVID-19. I want to see the shirt. I want to see what it looks like.
Well, so I'm leaving on Wednesday.
All right.
I'll be up on part of the show Wednesday, and then I'm leaving. And I'll do. Katie, we haven't done Facebook Lives in a while. I'm going to do Facebook Live with Festus from the Top Gun.
I think you should wear the shirt to the studio on Wednesday, and I think you should wear it the whole damn weekend. Never change. I mean, take it off to go to school, but every day wear
Coming
the shirt.
up next week, I'm saving it for next week. I have your Top Gun nickname generator, your call sign generator.
Danger Zone, Lana.
We're gonna pick everybody's call sign.
Okay.
Mike Lee, he's being challenged by two women for the Republican nomination for the U.S. Senate. He's leading by a lot.
He shouldn't be.
He won't debate them, I'm sure.
No.
If the election were held today, 49% of voters who plan to vote in the primary would choose Lee, followed by former state legislator Becky Edwards with 19%, and Allie Isom only 6%.
I met Becky Edwards.
Oh, you did?
Super smart.
Okay.
I like her quite a bit.
Well, we're rhinos.
Yeah.
So we can vote in the primary,
So,
right?
That's where I'm going with. Allie Isom, yeah.
And finally, this story, Christian Cooper.
Yes.
The bird-watching black man who was the target of false accusations during an encounter in the New York City Central Park in 2020 has been given a TV show on National Geographic.
Oh, good.
He's a bird watcher, and the channel announced this week that Cooper, a lifelong bird watcher, he's very serious about it, will host a series called Extraordinary Birder. In the, you know who's going to be watching this show, Jay.
Of course.
In the series, Cooper will take viewers into the wild, wonderful, and unpredictable world of birds. Whether braving stormy seas in Alaska for puffins, trekking to rainforests in Puerto Rico for parrots, or scaling a bridge in Manhattan for a peregrine falcon, he does whatever it takes to learn about his extraordinary feathered creatures, his feathered friends.
He's also a comic book artist.
Yeah, so this must be a dream come true for him in a way, because he's a lifelong birder, but now they're giving him the opportunity to do bird watching in a way that he has never done, I'm sure.
Aw, Jay.
All right.
That's it. Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, somebody bet $100,000 that John Daly will win the PGA Championship. Okay.
Good luck on that.
You know, it's not totally out of the realm of possibility.
Yes, it is.
He was at the top of the leaderboard as the season began, so he's not washed up. I mean, he looks awful washed up.
He's not.
No? Let's see. In the NBA, Boston Celtics over Miami Heat 127-102. That series is tied at 1 apiece. Let's see. Today, Mavericks and Warriors play at 7. Golden State leads that series 1-0. The Utah Grizzlies are in the Kelly Cup playoffs. Let's see. They play at 5:30 tonight against the Toledo Walleye. That's not a good mascot. The Walleye.
It's a fish.
Let's see. In the NHL, St. Louis Blues over Colorado Avalanche. That series is tied at 1 apiece. Lightning and the Panthers. Lightning over the Panthers 2-1. Lightning leads that series 2-0. That's your sports. Weather, it's kind of chilly today. We're 41 right now. Only going to get up to about 56 for a high today. Slight chance of showers today, only 20%. And that's dissipating as the day goes on. Then we gradually warm up. 65 tomorrow, 70 by Sunday. Why we can't just hang out there for a couple days, I don't know. For some reason, Mother Nature needs to get us all the way back up to 90 by next Friday. I don't get it. Traffic, we have a friend of the program texting in, Mill Creek is full of garbage trucks today. Well, maybe it's garbage day.
It is.
Is it? Is that
Yes.
your day?
Today is my day. Yeah.
That would explain it.
And that would explain just about everything. I don't have any other accidents to tell you about. If you have a garbage truck alert or other things you think we need to know about, you can text us 33986. Do you or someone you love struggle with addiction? Help is out there. Renaissance Ranch is one of Utah's best addiction treatment centers. Schedule a free consultation at renaissanceranch.com.
All right. Thank you very much. Let me speak to the mayor coming up after this. And Frank Christ, just after 9 o'clock. Frank Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine. RandLife.com/X96.
Trying to, now I've worked with Rand Life a couple of times with my mortgage, and they're really good at what they do. Trying to purchase a new home while selling your current home is tricky. Today's competitive market makes it very tricky. Rand Life Home Loans has a solution. There's a new loan type that can bridge to your new home by making the process simple and seamless, utilizing your current home's equity. It's called the Rand Life Bridge Loan, funnily enough, and it closes simultaneously with the purchase of the new home and gives you 6 months to sell your current home in order to alleviate the stress of purchasing a new one, moving, selling your old home. So visit randlife.com /X96. You can find out more about it, the bridge loan. Again, that's randlife.com/X96, and ask for the free analysis of what Rand Life can save you monthly.
Well, have you ever wondered what it's like to sneeze while you're driving 200 miles an hour in an Indy car? Have you ever wondered what?
I would think it would be like sneezing, right?
Well, but think about it. You have to close your eyes when you're driving. Just
Everything
but how far
slows
do you-
down, though. Everything slows down. I think
when you
that's,
sneeze.
No, when you're driving 200 miles an hour, you're so used to it. Everything slows down.
Well, race car drivers deal with a lot of challenges that we all do. We've all, had to sneeze while we're driving. But it's harder to do when you're going 200 miles an hour. IndyCar star Alexander Rossi was recently interviewed about what it's like to sneeze while you're going 200 miles an hour. They also asked him about picking his nose. Do you have to pick your nose while you're driving 200 miles an hour?
I think with the helmet and everything, that's the last thing on your mind.
And that's what he said. He said, well, even if I wanted to, I couldn't get it up there in the helmet.
The gloves, you got the stuff covering your face so that if you catch on fire, you don't die. You got the helmet, you got...
But the trick is to try to sneeze in the straightaway, he said.
Well, yeah.
Because
no kidding.
If you can hold it, if you can hold it till the straightaway, it's better. But he said it's scary. You close your eyes for a second, and how far you travel in just that half a second when you close your eyes, it could be disaster.
I heard Danny Sullivan, Indy race car driver, though, talking about how many laps did they do at Indy? Is it 50 or 100 or something? I mean, they just. A lot of laps.
500, the Indianapolis 500.
Oh, 500, yeah, obviously, duh. But you're going 180, 200 miles an hour for that long of a period of time. And he says everything slows down, kind of. He says, I knew where my girlfriend was sitting. And so I would look to find her every time I went by. And then I noticed she was getting very friendly with a guy sitting next to her.
Who's that?
Things sort of slow down, and you get used to it, and you can...
You did good, Gina. I was proud of you. That's good.
Whoa! Hey!
Oh, hi.
Hi.
May I sponsor this?
Yes, please.
Take an unforgettable cross-country adventure into the hidden wonders of the natural world, into America's Wild 3D. Visit some of the most beautiful but untamed landscapes of America, opening Memorial Day weekend at Clark Planetarium's IMAX Theater.
Mayor Wilson is on the phone.
Jenny Wilson, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. Ms. Wilson is the mayor of Salt Lake County, and as such, we'll talk about county business. First of all, Mayor Wilson, let me ask, how is your the director of your health department doing, Angela?
Well,
Dawn?
I had an in-person meeting with her the other day, and she's doing great.
She's recovered from her her COVID.
Yes.
Yeah, great. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Now I want to
And
ask.
I have to tell you.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, a lot of us, Angela working at the state at the time, but many of my senior team moved over early days of COVID to the command center, and we were together day in and day out, and none of us got COVID, but over the past month, one after the next. So it's still with us, and, you know, get
Be
vaccinated
careful.
if
Be
you haven't
careful,
yet.
and wear a mask in indoor situations and all of that. Now, I know a couple of things that you wanted to talk about. You want to address a little bit this shortage of baby formula, right?
Well, I just want to reassure people that there is a place that you can text or call, and I'm going to give out that number. It's this information is provided by Health and Human Services at the federal level, but they'll put you in touch with your local folks, and you can call or text 1-833-943-5746. That's 1-833-9-HELP-4, the number 4 moms.
Help for
and,
moms.
Yeah, and you know, I'm a mom, right? I don't have young kids anymore, but I know the stress of life with a young one, and I can't imagine. So I want to make sure that all moms in Salt Lake County are getting the care they need. Of course, the pediatricians are being helpful. Federal government's now moving more aggressively. So just wanted to get out some information for anyone who is facing this challenge.
I see that you wanted to talk about some new facilities that are now in the county. And I want to ask you a question. And then we'll talk about these. Does the county have swimming pools that they are in charge of?
Oh, we do.
Yeah.
We have many throughout the county.
Yeah, I
Our rec
thought so.
centers, many have outdoor, indoor pools.
Well, there are all these stories. Pools are going to be closed because there's a shortage of lifeguards.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you found that?
Absolutely right. If you are prepared to be trained or are trained as a lifeguard or have done it in the past, please reach out to our county parks and recs department, because we have jobs. We're paying more this year, and it's really a shame that we're struggling to get those positions filled. We have to keep our pools safe, and if we just don't have people, we have to reduce hours.
It's a great,
we don't want to do that.
It's a great summer
rolls around.
Great summer job if you have a high schooler that's on swim team. Great summer job.
Think about it. Think about it. You get to sit out in the sun and by a swimming pool and just watch people have a good time. It's a great job. So, but talk about these.
Think about all the summer movies we've loved over the years. How often is there a plot with it?
Yeah.
Wendy Peppercorn.
You might have a relationship with somebody you meet. Yeah.
I was going to say a well-prepared lifeguard.
Yes. Larry H. Miller Softball Complex and Wheeler Farm. Now, the Wheeler Farm's been there for forever. What's new there?
Yeah, well, go check it out. It's pretty much in the center of our county. Wheeler Farm is actually a regional park, believe it or not, but there's a center there now that's new that will provide education on our agricultural history, the importance of farms and that, element of our life. And it's a pretty cool new building. So we'll be doing both kids and adult programming there. And then the Larry Miller Softball Complex is a completely rebuilt softball complex.
Where is that?
It's on about 45th South and 13th East at Cottonwood Regional Park.
Oh, yeah.
And I think a lot of us remember Larry Miller as the guy who saved the Jazz, right?
Yeah.
But he was a competitive, accomplished softball player.
Oh, really?
So
He
the
himself
Miller
was,
family,
I didn't know
he
that.
himself,
Yeah.
There's this thing called fast softball
Yeah,
pitching, which seems like an oxymoron to me. But so I think he was a fast softball pitcher, and his kids grew up exposed to that sport, and some of them playing. So they partnered with Salt Lake County, gave a substantial gift to upgrade this facility, as well as one in Taylorsville. And I got to go and be there for the first pitch, which was, I think, it was either Larry's grandson or might be, I think it was the grandson. But it was really great, and we're so appreciative of the Miller family for everything they do for sports, and happy to have this new, incredible complex open.
I think this is interesting that you've put this as something to talk about. Little Cottonwood Canyon, and there's still either a gondola or a bus improvement to improve traffic up the canyon. But this, you say there's a Salt Lake Climbers Alliance, and they're going to have an event where they show that neither one of those things is a good idea.
Well, and to be honest, I'm with them. I just think we can do other things before we go to something as egregious as creating gondolas that are higher than our downtown Hotel Monaco, and unsightly, and operationally the gondola has a lot of flaws. You're going to have to take a bus to it unless you're up at the crack of dawn, because there aren't enough parking spots planned at the mouth of the canyon, and we don't want to put more parking at the mouth of the canyon. So there's a lot of reasons that it is not an effective mode. And then widening the canyon makes no sense to me until we've tried better busing, technology, scheduling. Alta did a great job by having reservations this year, and they survived financially, and people had a better experience. There was a lot of angst when they initiated that plan, but I'm told it worked
When is
really
the
well,
event? We're running out of time here. The Salt Lake Climber, do you know when that is?
It's already passed, but they
Oh.
continue to engage on this issue.
Oh,
So,
I
yeah.
see. It says here attended an event. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Ted Wilson and I went on up there and had a great time with the climbers.
Mayor, nice talking to you. We're just running out of time, so we'll do it again soon.
Thank you.
Love to. Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Traffic, please. Gina?
Crash westbound I-215 at the ramps to go to I-15 in Murray. Both the right shoulder of the connector ramp and the left shoulder of the main flow of 215 are blocked. That's the only thing UDOT's reporting. So other than that, things seem to be moving really well. At Strong Volkswagen, your engine and entire drivetrain is covered for life, no charge. Plus paint, dent, glass repair, even car washes for life, no charge at strongvw.com.
All right, so we will take a break. We need you to call and line up as soon as you can, 877-602-9696, and play our celebrity death game. Frank Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine.
One of the most tasteful games on radio today.
What is our prize today?
You could win tickets to see Gorillaz with special guest Earth Gang at Vivint Arena on September 19th.
877-602-9696. Play the game, win Gorillaz tickets. Nice. Renaissance Ranch.
Do you have somebody in your family that is under the thumb, just the grip of alcohol or drug addiction, or maybe someone in your family is you? Well, we've all known somebody who's had serious problems, and it's the hardest thing to do is to get them into some sort of treatment program. Well, Renaissance Ranch Addiction Treatment Center is there for them. Now, I should point out that it's designed for male patients specifically. Renaissance Ranch offers residential, so they go and stay there all the time, or outpatient services as well, where they go for therapy and other things. Help is out there with Renaissance Ranch. It's staffed by recovering addicts, so they know what the deal is. So why don't you do this? Schedule a free consultation at renaissanceranch.com. They accept most private insurance.
I hope.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Grandma, why do we have to drive all the way up from Salem to Orem just to go to the Training Table restaurant?
Because they have the cheese fries, you stupid little turd.
Grandma.
It's worth the 20-mile drive for the cheese fries.
Yeah, worth it to you. You don't have to drive.
Well, what did you say?
I said that those cheese fries seem to make you thrive. That's what I said.
Of course they do. Cheese fries have all the nutrients we old people need. And they're easy to digest, too.
Oh,
when those rat bastards down home get the cheese fries to their burger joint, maybe we'll eat at home.
Grandma, did you bring your stool softeners?
Just, you never mind about my stool softeners. Just get on the damn phone and order the cheese fries.
Okay.
Oh, and about 10 of them cups of dipping sauce.
Grandma, can I order a burger for myself?
Well, if you've got the money to pay for it. What do you think I am, Zion's First National Bank?
Oh, no, I don't.
Stupid little turd.
Here's what Bill Allred is doing when he's not on the air.
Hi, welcome to the training table. Can I take your order, please?
Well, sure. Bill? Bill, is that you?
Just a minute.
Hello?
Hello, welcome to the training table. May I take your order, please?
Hey, what happened to the guy I was just talking to?
Guy?
Wait a minute. Bill, this is you, isn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about. My name is Jenny Parsons. Who are you?
Oh, come on. Like you don't know that I'm Kerry Jackson, your partner on X96's Radio from Hell show.
Oh, you're Kerry Jackson? Oh, I've heard of you and the Radio from Hell show, too. Oh, I love your partner, Bill Allred.
Yeah.
He's so handsome and kind and generous and thin, too.
Yeah, right.
Oh, and he's so much funnier than you.
All right, listen, Allred, I don't know what you're trying to pull, but I could just send Grandma back in the kitchen to kick your ass.
I'm not kicking anybody's ass until I get my cheese fries. You stupid little turd.
Farting is far from just a human problem. Animals fart too.
Well, yes. If they have digestive systems, it'll happen.
As the Washington Post reported, there's a new hashtag making the rounds through the science Twitterverse. Hashtag does it fart, which, as you may have guessed, is here to answer any and all questions about which animals are capable of passing gas.
Well, I would say just
Not
about
all.
any.
No, not all.
Really?
Yeah,
It's part
there's a
of
spreadsheet.
digestion. If you digest.
Which animals cut the cheese? Well,
Okay, I don't know which ones do. I want to know the ones that don't.
tons do, of course. Bats, rats, all that.
Mhm.
The bigger they are, the harder they fart.
Of course.
Bear farts are horrible.
Rats, zebras, bearded dragons are among the creatures that fart. Birds, on the other hand, do not seem to pass gas. Birds.
That actually kind of makes sense.
But they could, let's see, marine invertebrates.
So you should eat like a bird so you don't fart?
Oysters, mussels,
Well,
crabs.
how would they fart?
I don't know.
They don't have a bum.
Well, they eliminate waste.
She said in the most scientific way possible.
They eliminate waste. They take in nutrients and eliminate waste. The hashtag has a purpose beyond making scientists giggle at their own handiwork. The paper explained whether or not a given animal farts is apparently a question that zoo employees often receive from kids who come to the zoo.
Well, yeah.
They ask the question.
Kids would ask that.
If a little scatological humor keeps kids interested in biology, well, everybody wins. And if the hashtag does it fart has you jonesing for more internet things at the intersection of animals and potty humor, there's always... no, I don't think I can say that one. It's about animals with the weirdest genitalia. Okay.
Now, here's someone who's saying that birds fart because they've heard their cockatiel fart. I don't think you have.
What have you
maybe
heard
it's just
then?
making
I
a
think
fart
you've
sound.
heard it making a fart sound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or they're mimicking you,
Probably
maybe?
imitating you
Yeah.
farting.
Yeah.
I got to grab my sweater and my mittens.
Too late. He's already here.
Oh. I can see my breath when he comes in the room.
How are you feeling?
I'm okay, Frank. It's Frank Christ, our Radio from Hell's personal celebrity Grim Reaper. Where have you been today, Frank?
Oh, I've been so busy. You were reading some of my work this morning.
Yes.
Vangelis, I had it.
Oh, poor Vangelis.
I love the Blade Runner soundtrack.
Frank is here to play a game that he doesn't really like because it highlights the thing he doesn't like to do, and that is cart celebrities off.
Precious celebrities. I love our precious celebrities.
He puts them on the back of his scooter and takes them to the River Styx.
You can see the scooter at x96.com/live.
There's Frank right there. They're fine, just fine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we call this game, as a matter of fact, Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
It's a pretty simple game. We'll play it now with a contestant. Who do we have?
Oh, let's see what your modern technology has decided that.
Yes.
It is Ray.
Hi, Ray.
Ray, good morning.
Oh, good morning. Am I on the air? Is this
Yes,
live?
yes, you are, Ray.
Oh,
How are you
am
feeling?
I live? Am I live now?
Yes, you are.
Oh, I'm fine.
So
Just
be okay. Be careful. Now, Ray, it sounds to me like you kind of know how to play the game, right?
I think so.
All right. What we're going to
give it
do?
my best shot.
All right. What I'll do is I'll read you a list of names, and these people, these are celebrities. They are the past winners of the Indianapolis 500.
A precious sports celebrity.
Yes. So I'll read you four names, and of the four people, one of them is gone. The rest of them are...
They're fine. They're just, I've never met them.
All right.
And if you correctly identify the dead celebrity, you could win Gorillas tickets with special guest Earth Gang at Vivint Arena on September 19th.
Nice. You ready to play, Ray?
That sounds fine. Let's do it.
Okay. Here we go. Indianapolis 500 winners. This man won the Indy 4 times. Number 1, A.J. Foyt. B, this person was born in Montona, the Kingdom of Italy. It's that was what they called it when Mussolini took over.
Oh.
He said, we're not going to call it Italy anymore. We're going to call it Montona, the Kingdom of Italy.
I didn't know that.
And his name is Mario Andretti. If you know racing, these are famous names. Number 3, or C, one of only 4 people to have won Indy 4 times, Rick Raven Mears. Rick Mears. And the final one, D, Bill Vukovich. Bill Vukovich. Which one is gone?
I'm going to take a guess, the only name I recognize, and go B.
Mario Andretti? No, I'm...
Yes.
Ray, I'm terribly sorry.
He's fine. He's just fine.
Mario's okay.
Mario is still with us. Long line of Italian race drivers.
He's 82 years old, and he's very wealthy, and he's just fine.
He's just relaxing right now.
So, should we give Ray another chance?
I suppose.
Okay, Ray, we're going to give you one more chance to pick the correct celebrity, the dead celebrity. Is it A.J. Foyt, Mario Andretti, or Bill Vukovich?
I'm going to take another guess.
Yeah.
Say Bill Vukovich.
Wow.
Absolutely correct. Nicely done, Ray.
Oh, I got it.
I didn't want to take him. I said, vroom, vroom, Vukovich, and touched his forehead. He was gone.
Bill Vukovich died while leading the 1955 Indianapolis 500. He was killed in that race.
Oh, geez.
Several drivers of his generation have referred to Bill Vukovich as the greatest ever driver in American motorsports. He was only 36 years old, Frank.
Wow, Frank.
My scooter's pretty fast, I'll say that.
You didn't want to do it, I know.
No, I didn't want to. He was doing so well in the race.
And he was great.
The order came down. I had to do
I understand.
I don't like my job.
Ray, thank you so much for playing the game, and yeah, you got it on the second try, and we allow that. We'll give you those tickets.
Hang on the line, Katie. I'll get some information from you so you can go see Gorillas.
Hang on.
All right? Thank you. It's Frank, I know you've got to go.
Well, I was wondering if any of you have seen Bronson Pinchot today.
No, but
Perfect Strangers?
It's his birthday today.
You know, I hear Terry Garr is having health problems.
You shut up about Terry Garr.
We might want to check that.
I don't want to take
Bill,
Terry Garr.
She's on his
She's
list.
on my list.
He's
So,
trying
and I understand she's not well.
I don't want to.
All right.
She's fine.
Thank you, Frank.
Bye.
Nice scooter.
Shut up about Terry Garr. There are people I'm okay with dying and people that I am not, and she's I am not.
I seem to remember, I don't know which one it was, but on your list, and they died, that you like. Who was it? You remember?
I can't remember.
No. I got my list
Oh,
at
Eddie
home.
Van Halen.
Yeah.
That's who.
Oh, that's right.
Sorry.
Listen, I'll send Frank to David Allen Coe. How's that? Because nobody gives a rat's ass about him.
David's still with us?
Yeah.
He's still above ground?
Mm-hmm, as far as I know.
Right. I'll have to bring my list from home so that I know.
What's it doing
Well,
at
Frank
home?
keeps track. He lets us know.
Well, that's where we were doing our show for so long.
Oh,
the
well,
list
yeah.
it's just right there. I just keep forgetting it.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I understand.
Got to remember to bring it. Big boy news and opinioendo coming up after this. Stand by to be informed. Also, a few things you ought to know this hour coming up on the way. Wendy's for breakfast. Well, one of the things that you ought to know this hour is that the U.S. participating Wendy's, the Hot Honey Chicken Biscuit, is available only during breakfast hours, and we are still in the breakfast hours at Wendy's, which means you can get the Hot Honey Chicken Sandwich in a breakfast biscuit form. They're going to serve it to you on one of those wonderful warm buttermilk biscuits that Wendy's is famous for in their breakfast sandwiches. So you get the Hot Honey Chicken Sandwich on a biscuit during breakfast hours. The Hot Honey Chicken Sandwich is available the rest of the day. It all incorporates the same stuff. The hot honey sauce, which is amazing how they came up with this. Then the spicy chicken filet on top of that. They put the honey sauce on top of the chicken filet. Then they put the applewood smoked bacon on there, the melty pepper jack, and then your stack of tangy, crunchy dill chips, all there for you. Like I said, you can get it in sandwich edition the rest of the day. But right now, during breakfast hours, you get it served on a hot buttermilk biscuit. Wendy's!
So my kids are doing the hybrid school thing, which is...
So part gasoline and part electric?
Yes. They're in person Monday and Tuesday, and then they're home the rest of the week. So they're home today. And Mohammed's class is right next door to me here. He's in the room. We share a wall, and I was a little worried that would be noisy, but it's been very quiet. And I just realized another bonus to having him here. He just knocked on the door while we were interviewing for the Comcast thing, and he had sliced up a beautiful Utah peach into perfect little slices and offered me some of them while he's...
So do you use electroshock on them, or what do you do? You have you hook them up to some kind of electrodes at night and make sure that they're shocked into servitude and submission?
He tap on them. Excuse me, Mom, I just cut up this peach. I was wondering if you... Delicious peaches are great
Mother.
right now.
Mother. Oh, Mother. I've brought you a perfectly cut up peach, Mother.
So what I'm saying is I'm enjoying the home school. That's working well for me.
Some sort of science fiction movie going on at your house. Telling you.
But this is also to tell you that the peaches right now are awesome.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're
Bill's
delicious.
going on and on about the corn.
Oh no, I've had the Brigham City peaches too. They're great. He's under the desk right now, rubbing your feet, isn't he?
No.
He's massaging your feet right now, isn't he? Come on.
He went back to class.
Uh huh.
In the room next door, but
I'll bring I have an extra candy bar, and I'll slice it up into some perfect little slices and bring you some later on, Mother.
He does this thing at night. If he makes it upstairs before I do, he'll turn down the bed for me and Joe.
Lord help me. Do you have what do you hold a gun on him at certain points
Because that's
in
the only
day,
way
don't you?
that things could be done.
It
By
must be-
force.
I can't
Electroshock guns,
Yeah.
People just don't do the right thing unless they're forced. That's
Kids-
why God exists.
Kids don't do those things. That's right. That's right. You put the fear of God into them, or you put the fear of force into them, or both.
Big Boy News and Opinioendo now. Brought to you by...
Pick 3 services for $99 at Young Chevrolet in Layton. Options include oil change, tire rotation, brake check, multi-point inspection, alignment check, wiper blades, engine air filter, or AC system check. Learn more at youngchev.com.
Attacking Dave Chappelle at the Hollywood Bowl is opening up a bigger can of worms for Isaiah Lee.
Wow.
He's now facing attempted murder charges for a separate incident. The LA County Sheriff's or the LA County DA's office says Mr. Lee stabbed his roommate back in December, and it kind of flew under the radar until he made international headlines when he tried to tackle Dave Chappelle earlier this month. District Attorney George Gascon says the publicity generated by the attack on Mr. Chappelle helped police solve the crime. According to the DA, Lee stabbed his roommate at a transitional housing apartment, but the victim wasn't able to identify Mr. Lee as his attacker until he saw him in the media reports about the Dave Chappelle incident.
I was trying to figure this out.
The victim had previously reported the attack to the cops, but said, I don't know who did it, really. The DA got a lot of criticism for refusing to charge Lee with a felony for what went down at the Hollywood Bowl. But now he's being charged with a felony murder charges or attempted murder charges. Johnny Depp was drunk a lot of the time,
Yeah,
says Ellen Barkin.
I'm sure that's
She
true.
said that in a Virginia courtroom today. Ellen Barkin was in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
She was a waitress toward the end of the movie.
The highest profile witness to give testimony at the April 11 starting trial. What they're saying there is it started on April 11th.
Yeah.
Barkin's stint on the virtual stand was relatively short and scathing for Johnny Depp. In a video deposition from November of 2019, she told the court that Depp was always drinking or smoking a joint during their time together as a couple. Heard and her legal team have described him as an abusive monster, but he's suing her for defamation, and Disney has officially said now he's not in Pirates.
They've officially decided because they were last I heard that they had not decided.
I think I heard that yesterday. That
too much baggage.
Yeah. That's not to say that they're not going to do it, but
they were talking to Margot Robbie.
Yeah.
For a pirate? Lady pirate?
No, because you know that character, the redheaded pirate woman, possibly be her.
No, I don't think they're going to.
That who it was?
I don't think they're going to have her be like the same kind of character as Johnny Depp.
No, it'd be a different character.
Yeah. Utah, who became one of the faces of the Capitol riots, pleaded guilty Thursday. Landon Copeland admitted to a felony count of assaulting, resisting, or impeding officers with a dangerous weapon in the hearing that he faces up to 8 years in prison. The judge said guidelines, though, would likely recommend a sentence of 41 to 51 months. Copeland was a symbol of what happened on January 6th when news photographers captured images of him wrestling with police over a crowded control fence. Now, he said, I was just trying to defend myself. An officer was hitting me in the legs with the baton, so I took the baton from the police officer. Well, and then what did you do with it? Well, then I started hitting the cop. You know? Yeah.
I see why you were confused about Margot Robbie. She's been talked about for the new Ocean's 11 movie.
Oh, that was the
so
confusion.
Oceans, Pirates.
That's it.
I can
Okay,
see why.
that's it. Yeah.
Baby formula shortage. Governor Spencer Cox, says it's a colossal failure of the federal government.
How?
Well, he's right. Because the federal government, the Trump federal government,
America first,
imposed tariffs and other restrictions on Canada, where a lot of that formula could have come from. Now Biden has not taken those restrictions off yet. I don't know exactly why.
I don't know if he can unless.
I think he could.
His executive order is using the same sort of tactics they use to bring in PPE from other countries.
Yeah, that he
They're
can do.
going to fly in formula from other countries. So
Yeah.
I don't know if. And perhaps that's Bill. I don't think that the president can unilaterally do that.
Yeah.
I think Congress has to decide to remove those tariffs.
Oklahoma legislature passed a bill banning abortion in almost every case that you can think of. Oh, and
not almost every case.
Yeah.
There's not an instance where it is okay.
It says here almost every. So that would say to me that there must be some exception. And then the Oklahoma legislature has also sent the governor an anti-transgender bathroom bill. Good luck with America, folks.
Yeah, I just remember 6 or so years ago, people said that we're being dramatic.
I wish that if I could pick my superpower, I've decided what my superpower is.
Claws.
I have the power to impart empathy on people.
Ooh.
And that I would go to the Oklahoma State Legislature and they pass this anti-abortion bill, and I could instantly make them feel like what it feels like to be a woman going through a situation where you might choose to have an abortion. Just instantly make you feel what that's like.
You know, my superpower would be I would just make them disappear. A congressional select committee investigating the pandemic recently released a report on COVID outbreaks in the meatpacking industry early in the pandemic. And it turns out that company executives knew that workers were catching COVID and dying. And in response, what did they do? They went to the Trump administration to prevent local health departments from requiring safety measures to keep their plants open, insulating themselves from legal accountability and starving their workers back onto the job. When corporate profits or capitalist control of their workforces, especially diverse ones, are on the line, then Donald Trump and his goons have their back. Always. It's an illustration of the fundamentally fraudulent nature of Trump-style populism. It's not populism. Populism is you are a man of the people. What's his name? Fetterman in Pennsylvania. A man of the people. Fetterman he's a populist, and that's not a great thing in some cases. And he has certain opinions that I don't care for. But all in all, he's a straight shooter, not like Donald Trump.
Well, it's an autocracy that Trump wanted, and the Republicans want.
Now, I don't believe this for 1 minute.
What's that?
Dolphins are able to recognize one another by the taste of their urine, a study has found. Researchers...
Steve. Give me a little shot of Ed.
Researchers at the University of St. Andrews have discovered that the mammals can recognize friends and family members without seeing or hearing them. This unique sense of taste allows dolphins to tell between their peers. It's peers. It's peers, not peers. And through their urine and other excretions.
Well, why would you not believe that was possible?
I don't want to believe it.
Oh, okay. That's different than not believing.
I don't know how you would determine this. According to the study, the sea creatures were far more interested in urine from animals they recognized than ones they did not know. Oh, that's good urine. That's family urine.
Asparagus?
Yeah.
Your finny friends?
I think you have a disease. There you go.
All right.
That's all I got here.
Weather.
Weather, it's chilly today, only going to get up to 56. Slight chance of rain, still maybe, but probably not. And then we gradually warm up all week long. Why we can't hover in the 70s for a week or two, I don't know. We'll be up in the 90s by a week from today. That's too fast. We need to slow that down. Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for the upcoming fall semester. Visit nightingale.edu.
The music starts at 10 with a 1-hour nonstop music wingding on X96.
Lair. Spell it with me now. L-A-I-R. Lair. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our two good Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. LeGrand is planning a wedding for one of his many daughters. LeVar has come over to LeGrand's house to borrow a cup of sugar when this conversation ensues. LeGrand? LeGrand, where are you? Can I come in?
Yep, back here in the kitchen, LeVar. Come on back.
What in heaven's name are you doing, LeGrand?
Well, as you know, LeVar, my little girl, Tabiona, is getting married this weekend.
Right.
Well, I'm putting on a wedding, and it ain't easy or inexpensive for that matter. I'm saving myself some money by making the wedding cake myself.
You can make the cake cheaper than the ones you can get at Horman's? You know, the ones that come with the plastic balloons or rainbows on them?
Oh, yeah. And I can make a bigger wedding cake, too, for half the price. I found a recipe here in my old copy of the Ensign. How to make a big wedding cake for cheap. Look here at the picture. It's a 7-layer cake.
Boy, howdy, that is a beaut. How many layers is it?
7.
7?
1 more than 6, 1 less than 8. 7 layers.
Looks yummy. Hey, what's in each layer?
Sugar and lard.
Good Lord, LeGrand. That ain't 7 layers, that's only 2.
Listen up, LeVar. I mix some lard with some sugar to make the lard sweet. I put that between each one of the cake layers to sort of glue them together, and then I cover the whole thing, all 7 layers, with another huge glop of lard mixed with sugar, except that's dyed pink. Hence, a 7-layer cake.
Oh. Well, what's the decoration you put on that then? Like candy hearts or them little silver BBs or anything like that?
No.
No, but we got an old Barbie and Ken doll dressed up in wedding clothes. One of the little kids is making a cute gazebo-type thing out of Play-Doh. We're putting that on the top layer. It's going to look like a real wedding cake.
Oh. Hey, who's your little girl marrying, anywho? What's his line of work?
Well, he's a nice young man from Magna named Laron. He's a bricklayer.
And now, a few things you ought to know about this hour. I'm Kerry Jackson. Elon Musk said in a statement, "In my defense, you all don't understand. It was a really, really awesome and expensive horse."
I'm Bill Allred. Coming up, we'll teach you new ways to fake it till you make it.
I'm Gina Barberi. Happy 25th anniversary to Sarah Jessica Parker and Matthew Broderick.
So yesterday, I had cake.
You had cake?
Oh, I did.
Oh, I want cake.
And I'll show you, if you go to x96.com/live, there's my cake.
Oh, it looks pretty good.
So my wife and daughter decided that they would try to reproduce the Prantle's burnt almond torte cake. And they got found online a recipe for it said Prantle's cake, and it's pretty involved to do it.
Took them 2 days, didn't it?
Yeah, essentially, and it was great. They said, "Does it taste like the? Does it taste like the?" And I said, "I don't know. It's been so long since I had one."
You really should have had a side-by-side
Yeah,
comparison.
that's what I thought. It's been so long since I had one. I said, "But it doesn't matter. This is delicious."
Yeah.
So it was
So
really.
they got the cream inside,
Yep.
the custard inside.
Yeah, custard and the custard between all the layers, and it was hard. They were making the custard yesterday. Yesterday. Yeah, I think so. When I went home, and you got to keep stirring the milk. Got to keep it's on the stove, and you got until it gets thick. And said, "Come in here, come in here." And I said, "Okay." She said, "You think this is thickened? Is it looking thick?" And I said, "It's thickening, but I don't know. Why don't you let it thicken it up a little bit more?" Well, I was wrong. That was stupid. It turned into glue, and so they had to do it all over again, make the custard again. But that was the day before yesterday.
So now, do you have the thing in your house where that's your cake?
No.
It's everybody's cake.
No, I think that's stupid and greedy.
It's your birthday.
Yes, it is my birthday, and I am a benevolent birthday celebrator. I don't really like to celebrate it much. Then we had hamburgers from a fast food place that I really like.
You could have had anything you wanted for dinner, and that's what you wanted.
My wife kept saying, "Are you sure?" I said, "I'm craving those hamburgers. I haven't had them for about 6 weeks, and I really like them. And they have great French fries. That's what I want." Okay, so we had that, and then cake later on, and it was great, and it was a nice birthday. And people called me.
Yeah, that's See, I know you think...
Or texted me.
I know you don't want to celebrate your birthday,
No.
but isn't it nice to have one day a year that people think, oh, it's Bill's birthday. I'll give him... It's an excuse to call you and check in with you.
As a matter of fact, it's the only day of the year that people ever think to text me or call in and see how I'm doing.
But that's
it's
nice.
the only... that's depressing.
Oh.
If it's the only day of the year, that's not true.
People need a reminder. It's
Both
a
my
nice
brother and my sister texted me for my birthday, which that's fine. And my old kids called me.
an actual telephone call.
Yes, there was voice communication.
See, that's a bigger present than you realize. Because because kids don't care for talking on the phone. It's just easy to text.
They're in their 30s.
But still,
they're not kids.
They're still talking on the phone is hard.
I know, and they grew up texting.
Yeah,
and so
they are of a generation, is what you're saying.
they still do. I've become. I prefer texting.
I prefer
to
it,
a lot of things. It's easier than talking on the phone. Now, sometimes I want to talk to somebody on the phone, but I'll text them and say, "You got a minute? Are you free?"
Well, there are times when certain ideas can't be conveyed via text very well. That's when you need to make the phone call.
Or sometimes it's even so complicated you have to have a meeting. A meeting, a face-to-face. That's what you need. But anyway, the Prantles, I guess it was a knockoff.
That's the All Reds.
Yeah, and it had you see those cute little candles too, and I didn't blow them out.
I was going to ask.
No, I did not.
We don't blow out birthday candles anymore.
I went
unless
like this.
Unless you cut the cake, then put a candle in an individual piece of cake and then you can blow it out on your own individual piece of cake. You could do that.
I can't fit all the candles onto one piece of cake.
Well, you just do one symbolic candle. Just one.
Well, then anyone can blow those out. You're just passing out wishes now.
Yeah.
That's not, you got to earn those wishes.
I always thought it was, even before COVID, I always thought it was a weird, there's somebody blowing their saliva all over a cake and now let's eat it.
Yeah. Not a good choice.
Dumb.
Not a good choice.
You gonna get that?
This is the children calling.
Oh,
it's a special gift that the children are calling.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Huh? Yeah. Hello.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I gotta go.
All right.
Oh.
My darling, I love you. Where have I been all your life?
Sorry, I was in the peas.
Pepe Le Pew.
Pepe Le Pew.
That's offensive to French people.
It is.
It's offensive to women.
It's offensive.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, he was
a rapist.
He was just
that
too,
cat wanted nothing to do with him.
He was just way too insistent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got Boner of the Week coming up after this. Stand by.
This one from Emily. Things that must go. My guilt. Allow me to explain. The year was 2008. I was a fresh-faced Mormon teenage newlywed whose older sister had landed her a sweet second job at a local coffee house. The first busy weekend I worked, one of our employees rolled up hungover or possibly still drunk and was subsequently sent home to sleep it off. I was new and we were short-handed. Up rolls an SUV, at the window rolls down to reveal the incomparable Gina Barberi. I was awestruck.
So is another Gina Barberi?
She orders a drink. A latte, I believe, with an extra shot of espresso. Yes, that's my order.
Is that it?
I take her order and proceed to produce my best hurried hot beverage. I pulled 3 perfect shots of espresso. I take all the time the growing line will allow to froth and mix. Make sure the lid is nice and tight. Stop her in. Out to the drive-thru window I dash with a smile, and away she goes, a vision of local celebrity and grace. My older sister yells back from the front, "What are these shots for? Should I throw them out?" I forgot to put the coffee in her coffee. I waited all day. I waited all day for her return. I waited for a call to speak with the manager. I thought maybe next weekend she'll come back and I make her a drink on the house. But the call never came, and she never came. I'm now a grizzled 30-something ex-Mormon and mother of 2 with under-eye bags and an anxiety disorder. I now know how much that caffeine probably meant to you. I thought I ruined your day with a coffeeless coffee. It's haunted me for more than a decade. I am sorry, Gina. Please accept my apology. Allow me to make it up to you. Can I buy you a drink sometime? Maybe a pair of those fluffy socks you're so fond of. Thank you for letting me listen and for allowing me the pleasure of serving you an albeit inferior beverage all those years ago. Long-time listener, first-time complainer, Emily.
How many years?
10.
2008.
Oh, my God.
Did you come to work? I seem to remember you coming to work
Yeah.
and then going, I have
going,
nothing but
There's-
foam here.
There's no coffee in this coffee.
Here it is from 2000. I love that. I love this.
Hey, he was great, wasn't he, ladies and James? Pegleg Johnson, the one-legged stand-up comic. We're going to have him back real soon. Now, don't go away, folks, because in just a few minutes, you're going to be laughing your butts off with our headliner, Gallagher! Gallagher! You know, the guy with the watermelons? Yeah, well, anyway, it's time for a special treat here at Bananas, the best comedy club in a shopping mall in downtown Sheboygan. Please welcome the comedy stylings of Little Tommy Little, the 3-year-old stand-up comic!
Thank you, folks. It's great to be here. Now, stop me if you've heard this one. Why did the little moron saw his toilet in half?
Get off the stage!
Oh, I'm sorry. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, mister.
What?
Mister, is that a bug in your drink?
Where?
Made you
play on Guitar
Damn.
Hero.
That guy is a great drummer.
Yeah.
Here's something.
That you mean, Bill?
Huh?
Bill, you mean that woman?
A woman, yes. Sorry. What's her name?
No, Darcy was the
Darcy.
bass. She was the bass player.
Well, then why did you say that? Wait a minute. What? That was mean. Listen,
I don't know. Let's just get this over with.
Wait a second. Do we have Today? Could you get Today handy by the Smashing Pumpkins? Because it says here that Billy Corgan insisted that song, Cherub Rock, be the first single released from the album. The record executives said, it's not as strong a song as Today. You should release Today. Listen, although Corgan's wishes were honored, the single was indeed received less enthusiastically than Today.
Not by me.
Okay. It says Cherub Rock remains a Gina Barberi favorite.
Cherub Rock is much better than this song. And they're all good, but
Yeah, I think Cherub Rock is better, but I don't know why this song would have done better.
Because it's mellower. It's more.
I'll bet it's the length, because Cherub Rock's almost 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll bet.
And this one is like 3:15, which is hit timing.
It got played more.
Yeah.
This is very good. That's a great drumming. I've just never really paid attention to that. Nice. All right. Thanks. You can hear much more of that kind of stuff all day here on X96. It's time for Boner of the Week, I do believe. Is that why Dave is here?
Yeah.
You tell me.
He got up at 4:30 to be here on time. I don't know why you got up at 4:30.
Why did you have to get up at 4:30?
I woke up at 4:30.
Oh. He didn't do it just to get here on time. Well, okay, Dave, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
This is Dave the Flower Guy, by the way. He's a staple in downtown Salt Lake. All right, Dave gets to select. Here we go. The first winner this week, on Monday, let's look at pregnancy after rape as an opportunity. Ohio representative, that's what he said. He said, or she, I think it was a woman, yeah. In reference to a 13-year-old girl who was raped, well, this would be an opportunity for her to raise a child and to do it right. Number 2 from Tuesday. It's not designed to help babies. It's designed to get Mike publicity. Mike Lee doing this Fixing Our Regulatory Mayhem, Upsetting Little Americans Formula Act. He's trying to just get some publicity. Number 3 from Wednesday. It doesn't seem to me that he needs an ambulance. This one was kind of controversial, and we sort of threw it out because our doctor said, well, as the school nurse probably wouldn't really recognize the signs of a stroke. So we'll throw that one out. You can't pick that one, okay? Then number 4, no one deserves it. A Davis County father speaking of his son being bullied, kids throwing, and it was on video, kids throwing food on the floor and then making his son eat it. And then number 5 from today, well, she got mad at me and she hung up. That 911 operator hanging up on a woman during the massacre in Boston. So which one, Dave? Or Buffalo, I mean. Which one?
Number 1.
The first one. The very first one.
All the way.
Yep. Rape as an opportunity. Thank you, Dave. Stay warm today, okay? It's going to be kind of cold. But tomorrow you get to wear shorts.
What is the temperature out there?
Right now?
Yeah.
What's the temperature out there? Oh, here, I can
On the
tell you.
outside?
It says on my app here.
It's 40. It's cold.
40. Oh, I didn't bring my jacket.
Maybe someone has you can borrow.
A shawl, perhaps?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, Carrie Jackson, you're going to need a jacket later when you're at Ken Garff Honda downtown from 3 to 5 p.m. You're going to have some of these new mugs, I understand, to give away.
So I am told.
Well, I believe it.
I won't believe it until I see it.
These are Radio from Hell coffee mugs, and we had the white ones, and now we have...
They're gone.
Are they all gone?
I think we're out of those. Yeah, they're gone.
You know what makes me mad?
What's that?
Is there's one out in the cantina. out in our kitchen area that somebody used, I don't know how many times, and then just left there. And it's just all
It's a
stained.
waste?
It's all stained with coffee, and it's just sitting there. Nobody using it. Nobody doing anything with it. Maybe I should take it home and put it in the dishwasher and then bring it back, and we'll give it away.
I left it in the sink so Mommy could get it. She will take
Mommy
it and
doesn't
clean
work
it.
here.
Don't tell me about that.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times my wife has said, "Why can't people put their dishes in the dishwasher?"
I don't know.
Just put them in the dishwasher.
Oh wait, we need a quick puppy moment.
Yes, Dave, if you wouldn't mind,
We've had a puppy request.
x96.com/live.
There's the puppy. He's getting bigger.
You know, I don't know why we don't have a puppy minute just a moment every day, just a quick puppy moment.
Well,
We can start that.
A radio, when you're doing a radio show, if you do a feature every day, it just gets tiresome.
Really?
People don't like it if you just do it every day.
We should never do that. Then.
No, it's tiresome.
He is bigger every.
Yes,
it's
He's
not
like
an exaggeration.
25 pounds now.
It's not an exaggeration. He is
No.
bigger every day.
He's already as big as both of Carrie's dogs put together.
Enjoy it,
Yes.
Katie, because you will not be able to do this very much
I
longer.
know. That's why I do it as often as I can.
I mean, his paws, because he'll slam his paws on you,
Yeah.
and it's like it's a thud. It's
Yeah.
and the claws.
He's a nice guy.
He's wonderful.
Yeah.
He just gets excited.
Yes, he's a little exuberant, but
He's 5 months.
he's a puppy.
He's 5 months on next Wednesday, so, that's bound to happen. But he's such a good boy, and
He's got a sweet nature. That's nice.
Yeah.
he's the best little worker. He just sleeps in the studio the entire time.
And Katie is a great dog trainer.
I try my best.
Well, you seem to have it down.
He's picked it up. Vaxel Dan as he gets up on people.
So you'd probably make more money training dogs than you would working here.
But then I'd miss out on you guys. There's
Yeah.
a lot of white coming in on him, so his Australian Shepherd's coming in.
Katie's done very well training us.
That's true.
What can I say?
That is true.
Trained radio people.
It's how I do. I just train people after I come in when they've doubled my time working at any place, pretty much.
For those of you who may not know, if you're listening for the first time, Katie is our producer.
And
Hi,
she does
yes.
a fabulous job.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. All right, I'll get this little bugger out of here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Did we miss anything at all?
Just again, a reminder to go see Carrie.
Where?
Ken Garf Honda, downtown, 9 South State Street. He'll be there from 3 to 5. He's probably going to run home and get a jacket, I bet.
I will need to.
Yeah, because you'll be outside.
Yes. All right. Well, let's.
Bye, Radio Man.
Okay.
See ya.
Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
The dolphin eat asparagus?
Corey, sitting in for Marcy, is next.